Welcome to the Out There channel, late night live stream number 19 already. I'll just cue some things, music, and check out everything's working. I'm just checking out the setup again. I hope everyone's doing well and been well. Music might be peaking too loud. Still. So tonight I'm just going to look at alien stuff, abductions, and I'm just trying to get the sound working again.
Peter, long time no see. Yeah.
Might be working. Not sure if you know about this Australian documentary. It's a good one to watch. I'll post it inside of the comments. And I think the sound's working all right. I'll just double check things. It's 30 in the morning where I am. I'm running solo. I don't know if anyone's around. So I'm looking at this video here, documentary from TV. It's one worth watching. The hour. I'll just double check the sounds working though. We're at 34. We got someone on the side here. UFO Pro. Alien abduction or neurological imagination? Well, that's what we're trying to find out. Some issues, scientific issues with some of the research done in that field. And why hasn't anyone able to capture the aliens abducting people? That's always the question I've asked. Anyway, I'll just do some checks here. Make sure the sound's working.
Great to see you
Mary?
again. Oh, I've been good.
Good to see you.
Oh, and you.
Always
Been a
good.
while.
It's day 5, and Mary has arranged to introduce Chris to Peter Curry. Peter is a security guard and a devoted family man with a remarkable story to tell about an alien encounter that he claims left him with the Holy Grail, DNA evidence.
No, what happened in 1992 was something you don't expect. And I've never had an experience or heard of experiences that have happened during the day. And this is 7:15 in the morning. I'm lying there and I feel like something jumped on the bed like a cat. As I sit up, I see sitting, straddling me, a naked blonde female, and sitting on the corner of the bed. So say I'm lying here on the bed, she's straddling me there, and right on the corner here is another female. The one that was sitting on top of me was blonde, very milky white skin, very, very attractive, but at the same time, longer face, a long nose, but it wasn't a big nose again. It was just like, it fitted their features very well, larger eyes, very well proportioned, I mean, I've got to say. And I'm thinking, what the hell is going on here? How did you get in here? And as I'm thinking this, I sit up, and as I sit up, she's cupped the back of my head with both her hands and pulled me to her breast, left breast, and pushed my face into it. My defense mechanism, whatever you want to call it, and it's so out of thing with me, I took a little bite, I nipped, and I felt flesh, in my mouth. I didn't taste blood or anything, but I felt this bit of flesh in my mouth. I thought it was a bit of a nipple maybe. And as it hit the back of my throat, it was like you poured acid down the back of my throat, just this really bad chemical reaction. I started coughing, very heavy coughing. And as I've looked down and coughed, I've looked up and I saw them looking at each other, and I picked up what they were saying. I weren't speaking, but it was telepathic communication again. It was, he's done this wrong, something's gone wrong, this isn't the way it's supposed to be, he's done this wrong. And I'm like, what the heck, what are you going on about? I could pick on it, I could hear it. I had an erection for like 6 hours afterwards, and it was pretty painful. And under my foreskin, I found 2 hairs. One was like an S shape, almost curled, and the other one was sort of not, it was just wrapped around, embedded in though, like if you push your nail into you get a little bit of a mark. That's what they were in. They were embedded. I could see that they weren't on the surface. And as I tried to take them off, peel them off, it was total agony. And so I knew it had to be from them.
Peter released his sample for DNA analysis, which was conducted by a biochemist. The results that came back were extremely unusual.
And mate, I was bombarded with phone calls from the scientists. Come to our house, took hair samples from me, hair samples from Vivian, blood from me. So it was starting to get like a forensic investigation. What they found was the analysis confirmed the hair came from someone who was biologically close to normal human genetics, but of an unusual racial type, a rare Chinese Mongoloid type, one of the rarest human lineages known, that lies further from the human mainstream than any other except for African pygmies and aborigines. There was a strange anomaly of it being blonde to clear instead of black, as it would be expected from the Asian type mitochondrial DNA. The study concluded the most probable donor therefore must be, as Curry claims, a tall blonde female who does not need much colour in her hair or skin as a form of protection against the sun, perhaps because she doesn't require it.
And Peter, thank you.
Thank you, Mary. We're always here for each other. Yeah. That's what we've got to do.
That's right.
Always.
Yeah.
You did some good work.
Thank you.
Yeah, I appreciate it.
He was a very, very believable, credible guy.
So I'll stop it. So what do you think of that abduction case? He thinks he's believable. Now, to me, he didn't look that attractive to me. We need some UFO females on here to see if they thought he was attractive. But it makes me wonder how aliens pick people to abduct, and what's so special about him. So they conduct also a polygraph test at the end, and see if I can find it. What's UFO bro saying? And what? What's your opinion? So I think it's about 59. Just skip forward in it. No, I was wrong. Must be 49, maybe. So here you go. I think that's the start of it. Yep. So I'll just unmute the sound and hit play.
If you're feeling faint, if you're feeling uneasy, queasy, whatever, yeah, let us know if you do.
Yeah.
Relax. Okay, Peter, the test is about to begin. I'm now going to get you to close your eyes for me. Keep your feet flat on the floor. Don't move and answer each test question truthfully. Is today Wednesday?
Yes.
Is your first name Peter?
Yes.
Do you intend to deliberately lie to any test question?
No.
In July 1988, did you definitely witness 5 aliens in your bedroom at your parents' home in Hurlston Park?
Yes.
Did you lie to me when you said you definitely witnessed 5 aliens in your bedroom at your parents' home in Hurlston Park?
No.
Is honesty more important to you than loyalty?
Yes.
Did you deliberately do anything to try and beat this test?
No.
Did you lie to me when you said you definitely witnessed 5 aliens in your bedroom at your parents' home in Hurlston Park?
No.
Okay, test is now over. Just Chris, Mary, I suppose you're dying to know what the results were. Peter passed the test.
Right. I'm happy.
So, as far as I'm concerned, what he witnessed, there has to be some merit in that.
The polygraph test has validated Peter's account of the events and reinforced his belief that the scientific community need to take this matter seriously.
Look, I think the DNA went a
So I'll just stop it there. And I'll just mute the feedback I'm getting. So, very interesting. I'm surprised I'm allowed to share this documentary. What year was it? 2010. I'll probably get a copyright strike, even though this guy's got it up on YouTube. But it's an interesting one. And this is just playing a clip off that particular case anyway, just to talk about it and look at the DNA link. I'll just give me a minute. I'll just post some links about in case anyone else wants to join us. I haven't seen QQQvid today, and I haven't heard from Robert, but it should be their friendly time anyway. And I'll post it to Robert too, just in case he's about. So, UFO Bro reckons he's seen that documentary and it's good entertainment. I guess he doesn't believe in alien abductions. So, do you want to join me in chat talk about it? I'll just let's get some, still posting some links to QQQvid here, just in case it comes on later. Yes, most people are working in USA. Now, there's another documentary that's quite good. Patient 17, although it's not free. I wonder if I can search for it. Might be a trailer for it. Two most interesting. Hopefully, Earl from MUFON will give us some more unusual cases in his next visit, and to my live stream. He's going to do that soon, I hope. So there's a trailer here. A few of them probably blocks a lot. Actually, it looks like the full length one there. That shouldn't be up there, probably 4 years ago. I know. That looks like a different one by another documentary about him. So let's just open that one.
This is the most significant piece of...
How long is it? 2 minutes. I need to unmute it first so I can hear.
Of actual UFO and extraterrestrial data we have ever seen.
Who are we? Are we alone? And where are we actually sitting within the architecture of our universe? I was recently introduced to a surgeon who claims to remove implants, nanotechnology microchips embedded by aliens.
Dr. Roger Lear did confirm I was going to be patient number 17.
This is a little spot here that shows through.
Yeah, it's right there.
Send half the object in for analysis and tell us whether the material is from off planet.
We're talking about something that is highly advanced and fabricated by an intelligence. Is that correct?
Yes.
I don't have any answers. I'm still doubting Thomas on what this could possibly be. I just want all this to end. I just want it removed. This is scarier than hell.
We have a total of 36 elements here.
This is the most astounding array of elements in a single sample I've ever seen.
It's the biggest story of the 20th and 21st centuries. It's the biggest story never told.
I've been trying for months to get a hold of Steve. He's changed his phone number, won't answer any of my messages.
What are your thoughts?
I'm telling you, it's not from here. This sample did not come from our solar system, much less the Earth.
So, what is the problem with the science and all that? At least in that clip, though, there wasn't any talk about. I'll just pause that. There wasn't any talk about sending it off to multiple labs for starters, and also how they measured the radio signal coming from the implant they were taking out. But there was a segment where they were waving over a detector device, and it's in the operating theatre, I believe, wasn't even in a Faraday cage to block out external light or even radio waves. Well, light is a radio wave anyway, but it's a wave that travels through space, just like normal signals. So what I did is I did a search. I forgot the history up. What's your bro saying? And that's as I don't believe it, and there is no evidence. Well, there is actually. I don't know if you've watched my documentary. I'll just bring it up. There is actually some interesting analysis done on abductions, and I summarized it in a special episode probably a year ago now. I'll see if I can find it. See, scientists should have an open mind to these things, and we need proof or ways to prove it. But is our science methods actually wrong or corrupted? So you got to keep asking questions all the time, which is my famous quote. Question everything, even our science and what we're taught in school. So yeah, so if you did a search on my channel, abductions, let's pull it. Abduction, try that. Pull it up. And we've got a few here. Current string, and Bill Gray talked about it on string number 13. Some cases that he's looking at. He deals with mostly he deals with the South California abduction cases. He gets them all pretty much, and he consults other people, other scientists, and he debunks quite a lot of them. As some of them have mental problems, and some he believes are liars. But there are cases where they have multiple witnesses that can back up each other's claims. And it does happen, and I cover it in my abduction cases here, a summary. So, how do we copy the link? See if it pastes. So you can watch that sometime. But it's quite a good summary I did there. What is it? 20 minutes long. In there, it talks about how they interviewed, I think it was about 29 abductees, and that they gave them, and then they went through all the statements, and they looked for common statements made by each of the abductees, and then they looked at all the common ones and made sure the ones that weren't publicly known in internet and searchable on Google weren't available to the common public. And what they did is they made up this special stats analysis, and they got groups of university students, random ones, probably paid them. I think they spent something like $200,000 on this study, and that they asked, that made up these questions from these commonalities, and they asked it to a group of students and told them to assume they were abducted or dreamed they're abducted and answer the questionnaire like they had been abducted but hadn't. And then they got another group of people and said to them, answer it normally and not assume that you know the answers, and just tick it. So they used them like a control. So they had the group of abductees, which they had some that they hadn't interviewed yet. And also this, and what they found out is when all three groups answered the questionnaire, they fell into particular group patterns, and I talk about that in the abduction episode. And they found that when people sort of assumed they're abducted, like if they were lying or weren't too sure, they always fell into the same stats grouping. And the ones that answered it without knowing anything about aliens or UFOs, because they made sure they were the control group, that they were interested in UFOs or aliens, and they fell into a particular group as well, which was far separated from the other one. And they found the people that had been abducted knew some of the magic answers on this questionnaire that only abductees know. It might be how high the operating table is, I guess, or what's it made from, and what else would there be? Sort of questions that only a abductee would know, whether they removed their clothes and whatnot. And you often know people that say they've been anal probed, you know straight away it's a red flag that them fabricating the story, because I believe no one apart from that what's his name, Whitley Strieber, he's the only one that actually mentioned anything about anal probe. So it's quite interesting, I thought. Also, they found underskin dyes that abductees had, and it fluoresces in UV light. But I haven't seen any controls done on that particular side of the analysis myself. Also, a lot of them all had similar triangle marks on their body, like their scoop marks, where they've taken a sample of skin or blood, which is kind of strange, because if they sort of bumped their leg, you wouldn't expect everybody have a triangle pattern on their body somewhere, which is kind of really strange unless they made it themselves. But they have it in some of the strangest places, like on the scalp that you only see when you shave your hair, and hard to reach places. So, you know, of course it could be hoax, you know, but it would require multiple people to do that. What's the other stuff they found out? Anyway, normally MUFON investigators go out there and say if a craft was in the backyard, that they would take soil samples and try and see if there's any abnormal stuff found. What's UFO Bro saying? Yes, the brain has a great imagination, but these questions, I don't even know what's on the questionnaire that all these abductees could answer. And it was done from the years of study with Dr. Jacobs. And he had a person known as Peter Robbins that was his, I don't know, apprentice or helper. And you see him on a lot of talks now, talking about his working with Dr. Jacobs on the alien abduction cases. And there's been some good interviews for him that I probably can find as well. Listen to some Abductions. He does repeat himself a lot because there's so many people getting on these radio shows to talk to. And you can see he's quite popular. Well, that's him there. So he was on Martin Willis live show, and I recommend subscribing to his podcast, because he has a few good UFO guests on, and he always has on the front Alejandro from Open Minds talking about new UFO events. So I'll see if I can post that one on the side there. Go and sub to him and wait for his next podcast. It normally comes out Tuesdays, I think it is, and he does it at 6 p.m. Eastern time and goes on for a couple of hours. But I was just trying to see where this one I saw. See if I can recognize it. I think it was that one here. April, it'd probably be about right. Who was it with? Yeah, it looks like I've watched it before. That one was pretty good.
This episode of Where Did the Road Go is brought to you in part by our Patreons. If you want to become a patron, go to Where.
And if you see him on interview on Martin Willis show, he's got all these folders behind him of all the UFO cases. And of course, probably none of it's computerized, and it's all anonymous as well, protecting people's identities, because a lot of people, he said, come from all walks of life, and some are even, you know, work in government as NSA and all that sort of stuff, you know, airline pilots, surgeons. And of course, if it got out that they believe they're abducted, they would lose their job and be made fun of. Did I post that one? Probably not. So that's another good one to watch and listen to. So how's it going? I think UFO bro, you're the only one watching. I suppose Rene Cruz, he normally comes on a lot and chats down the side. I'm not sure if he's still in Philippines or not, but it should be evening over there. So who was this guy in and one talks to aliens? Whereabouts did it go? Oh, here.
A long way to helping people believe.
What his name was. Does it tell us? In the description. A real-life documentary of Mary Wadwell, who believes in the presence of extraterrestrials. Can't remember what his name was now. See if we can search for him. Peter kind of rings a bell as well. Let's see, abductee. Air sample, was it? Yeah, it was Peter, wasn't it? Peter, the Oz Files. This is basically how I research stuff and look around. That's him, isn't it? Except for he looks a bit younger there. So what age was he attacked by a blonde in his bedroom? 1996, was it? DNA. He looks young there. So he must have been, what, 20s? So in that documentary you just watched, he looked like he was in his 40s or 50s. 1996. That would put him to 30. Yeah, probably work out 30, 20. Peter had a bizarre experience on July 1992. So that's what, 25 years ago? So he must have been in his 20s. See if it says here further down. He was ultimately able to understand as an alien abduction. Changed his life. It was shocking. A hair sample apparently from a blonde Nordic. So there's the expert. So still didn't say the age anywhere. 2011. How's the graphics looking there? It always looks a bit fuzzy unless you're on 720p, and my screen's on 1080p, but it's meant to be translating on the fly to 720, but it's still not as clear as what I'm seeing anyway. Looks like it's working all right. So there we go. What's it saying here? A remarkable clue supporting the enduring idea that UFOs and alien abduction claims might represent credible evidence for alien intervention into human affairs. At an extraordinary and deep level, may have been found in the UFO-haunted southern Chinese province of Yunnan. As part of the development hypothesis, I call the alien DNA paradigm a form of intelligent alien intervention. We are very primitive, tinkering with modifying life forms through transgenics. The idea that someone out there might already have been doing this elsewhere, maybe even here, may not seem so far out. Skybeam. Now he's basically saying what he said in that documentary. A number of beings become apparent. Large black eyes inserted a long needle-like object into the side of his head. Well, that's going to hurt, isn't it? He blacked out. He regained consciousness with a start and rush into the adjoining room where he found other family members in a switched-off state. Rousing how do you say his name? Cowley found that while they thought only some 10 minutes had passed, in reality it seemed like 1 or 2 hours had passed. An injury to his head was verified. Still hasn't said how old he was. Eventually he became aware of the alien abduction. About 7 a.m, having returned to his Sydney suburban house from a train station after dropping off his wife, Chloe felt unwell and laid down on the bed to sleep. He woke with a start. Something later became aware of something, a lining on the bed. So it wasn't the first abduction. They come back. He was shocked to see 2 strange women kneeling on the end of his bed. Both were naked. So that would be a man's dream come true, and one appeared Nordic and the other Asian. Yep. And aspects of their appearance was quite odd. The Nordic female had a very elongated face and a sharply pointed chin. I see people in my neighborhood that look like that. Her eyes appeared to be blue and 2 to 3 times larger than normal. 1992, did they even have cameras back in those days? Oh, home users. They're probably 92. I think I bought my first 3 megapixel camera in 98. So I think NASA might have had them, but public, I don't think so. I think I got one of the early ones myself. And now you can get them, IR night vision cameras that you can put in your bedroom. IP cameras for about $60 from China. It's amazing how things have gone. And even HD ones that do 720 and 1080 now, but they cost double the price, about 200, I suppose. But still affordable. What was following? Seemed over 6 feet tall. There's quite a tall woman around where I am. Must be a lot of alien hybrids walking around in New Zealand, Australia, America. So, yeah, there's a lot more to the story on this page. I might just post that on the side so you can have a read of that. Anyone that's interested in the full story. I don't think I can be bothered reading it all out anyway. So there we go. Now, why would you have a hair trapped in the foreskin? Seems very strange. Oh, here we go. He's born in 1964. So he's from Lebanon and migrated to Australia. How about that? So we finally got the answer. So he's a couple of years older than I am, actually. So he's in his 50s, just like I said. And so that means 92, was it? They experienced it. Was it 92? I can't remember now. 92, yep. So what's the difference? Oh, I've gone down too far. Where was it again? Nah, maybe not. So that was what, 92 and 60. What was it now? I shouldn't have scrolled up. Must have gone past it again. $65, wasn't it? So 30 would make it 95. So he would have been 25 years old. So he was 20s. The blonde audit. Now the Germans were interested in this side of stuff too, weren't they? Anyway. There's a lot of reading there. So what do other people say about his story? See if anyone's caught on my fraud. That's what we always do when you want to check out a UFO channel and UFO people. And did anything come up? Nothing standing out there, though. Fraud. Font's a wee bit small to read. So fraud is crossed out there. So fraud is crossed out. So it didn't find any match from fraud. Now here we go. Is that the one? Between medians who are, let's talk about medians. not the analysis. So it doesn't look like anything's popping out there. Hoax. But if you find anything after this live stream, do come back and tell us. Do your own research on this. Is that the same one we're looking at? 20 years on, yeah. This one, what's that one saying? That one could be a skeptic. For a nipple. Oh dear. So if he bit the nipple, why didn't he spit or find the stuff he spit out? Remember he said he found the hair on his pee, nuss, foreskin, and but he also bit the nipple and took some flesh and blood. Surely that would be evidence as well, and it should be somewhere. And why did he only keep the hair sample and not the blood sample? Even if you spat it on the bed, you'd just cut it out the sheet, wouldn't you? And you stick it in the same jar or whatever and get it tested. So there are some sort of strangeness if you start looking and questioning it. What's UFO Bro having to say? First one to be sold in 1990. Okay. Take your word on that. Would have been expensive because mine cost like 1600 New Zealand, which would have been at that time about 1200 American, 1000 American, something like that. So we're just seeing if there's any ones with hoax, and if it's crossed out, it means it hasn't found the word anywhere on the internet. So it's only these two ones at the top here. So what other stuff is wrong with that guy's story? Well, the lie detector test he passed. He had his eyes closed. But they did ask him whether he was going to try and fool the tests, and he passed on that question as well. I know with lie detector tests it's not solid clad, but you either get inconclusive, where a person's nervous, they're not too sure whether he's telling the truth, or you get one that's absolutely pass, with no glitches at all. And that looked like it was some proper questions asked there. You ever watched just detouring a wee bit, although Billy Meier was the one that started off the Nordics, I think he's the one that kicked it off. And he did a lie detector test, and you can see, compared to that guy's lie detector test, that his one's just absolutely laughable. Let's see if we can find it. You can see that Billy Meier's one can easily be dismissed. Well, this guy's test looked like it was done extremely well. See, all the believers of Billy Meier always go back to the lie detector test and the piece of metal he got. And I'm going to talk about isotopes in a minute. See if we can find that lie detector one. Lie detector test. I wish there's a good one to choose, so probably that top one. Oh, this guy always cracks me up. It's got to be the biggest fraud ever in UFO field, and they still talk about him being legit nowadays. Maybe this one up here. It's 6 minutes long. See if you can spot all the things wrong with how they questioned him. Now, he was not abducted either. And I think the first abduction cases reported was the Billy and Betty one. I think it started from that case and went onwards from there. I don't think anyone had claimed to be abducted before 1960s. So it's like a new phenomenon. And could it be that the aliens only arrived in the 1940s and then started to investigate Earth and the plant life and humans on it? Although we still have reports of ancient aliens and all that going backwards. So, yeah, it doesn't there's so much mismatch of information out there and theories. It's hard to work out what is true. So let's just unmute that and kick it off.
Okay, first question.
Is it loud enough?
Is your name Edward Meier?
Okay.
Yes. Could you speak a little louder, please?
Yes.
Are you wearing a shirt?
Yes.
Do you live in Switzerland?
Yes.
Have you taken photographs of Pleiadian spacecraft?
Yes.
Do you ride your moped?
Yes.
Do you receive your mail at Schmidt-Erdig?
Yes.
Did you fake the photographs taken at Ober-Sadeleg with a model suspended, wait till the answer, or wait till the question is finished, suspended by a string?
No.
Let's do that one more time, okay? Wait till I finish. Do you live in Switzerland?
Yes.
The tape is taken back to be analyzed by Bob Phelan, a former criminal investigator with the Sheriff's Department of Colorado and a specialist in lie detection.
Was also a yes answer. Number 3, do you live in Switzerland? Yes, he lives in Switzerland. There's enough stress here to indicate that probably isn't where he prefers to live, or he's lived someplace else. Question 4 was the first relevant question you asked him, is have you taken the photographs of spacecraft? His answer was yes. He's being extremely forceful, though not deceptive. And my opinion on that particular question is that he's being as truthful as possible. Number 7 was the second relevant question you asked him, and he answered right on top of the question. And the person asking the question had asked him to answer the question again, and then he asked the question again. The stress levels between the two diminished the second time that the question was asked, which is not indicative of deception, because stress builds in a deceptive pattern. It doesn't diminish. If it was a deceptive answer, the stress would then increase, not decrease. Now, something was extremely interesting to me was the 8th question you asked him on, do you drink coffee? And for some reason, he's more stressful on the statement about coffee than he is about the picture of the spacecraft.
Yeah, that makes sense. Because about 3 days before we tested Meier, he promised his wife he'd stop drinking coffee, but we noticed he was sneaking a few occasionally.
Okay, that could probably be the account for it then.
Phelan reviews the tape several times. He could find no evidence of deception in the statements about Meier's experiences. Much of Meier's film has been lost or stolen. But the remaining sequences are, as promised, the most astonishing ever released. In one demonstration, the beam ship flies around a...
So there we go. What do you think of that? Just got to mute the echo again. Right. You notice they didn't ask him whether he was trying to be deceptive on the test. And he was actually leaning over. If we go back, looks like he's not sitting with all the connectors on him. And he's leaning forward. And he could easily be doing that where you squeeze the muscles in your butt, which changes the blood flow and then changes what they're detecting. It's one of the known tricks how to fool a lie detector test. One of them, he would have known about that. You see what I mean? And I didn't need to ask him whether he fakes models with string. Of course, he's going to answer that truthfully because he didn't actually fake models with string. He faked it with fishing wire. It's there somewhere, I think it was. Photographs taken at over model suspended. Here we go.
Suspended. Wait till the answer, or wait till the question is finished. Suspended by a string.
There you go, by string. Of course, he can answer that truthfully, can't he? You see what I mean? When you start picking things a bit. But you compare it to the alien abduction guy. His test was done far superior. Hey, who was I talking about earlier? Renee Cruz. Hello. What time is it where you're at? There's not too many people around watching. And I haven't got my wingman QQQvid or Robert with me. What time is it here? 20 to 3 in the morning. So we're just looking at some alien abduction videos and question the facts of it, and trying to find this particular one from Peter, whether anyone had found out anything since that documentary, because it was quite old, 2010 now. What's UFO Bruce saying? You can't use it because you can fool it. And there's another one called voice stress analysis. I think if you use more than one method, I think you probably can prove if someone's telling the truth. Well, it gives, if someone's willing to do a lie detector test, a lot of them actually give the questions that you're only allowed to ask, so they know they're going to pass them. And it makes me wonder how that was done for Billy Meier. It wasn't sort of structured right. And I wonder if we redo one today. The technology has probably improved a lot for the early detectors. I'm not sure if anyone's done voice analysis on him. We could probably find out. So we've tried word fraud. Let's get rid of some of the words here and try again. Hoax. And have we got any hits? So that one could be one to look at. He's saying it's a hoax, or he thinks it's a hoax, but the thing is, can you prove it's a hoax? Yeah, look at this small writing. You won't be able to see that. I don't normally post topics like this. Who is he? UFORN Research Network. So he found 2 blonde hair. That's behind his foreskin. This deserves some investigation. That's why I'm doing it. So come on, guys. Let's see what we can find out. That's what we're trying to find out too. He thinks it's a hoax, so we need to try and corroborate the lie detector test and the DNA sample to begin with. Makes you wonder if it's still available. No. The words first: polymer S chain reaction, DNA profiling. Profile. So we already know that. So, has anyone said anything? What's happened? Bloody ad banners. Normally I have element hider and you can get rid of these bloody annoying demand you disable your ad blocker bullshit. Don't know if I've got it installed or not. No, I think it's another add-on you have to put on. So we're not going to find out. Unless I could load it, maybe. Stop the code running if I can. So got a bit further. I'll probably pop up again, probably. What are they saying? That'd be great. Very interesting case. So has anyone got any doubts or questions about it? Yep, there were 2 incidents. First one was the needle in the head, we know that, and the second one was the 2 naked females. They should have asked him if he followed Billy Meier or knew about Billy Meier's cases, because I think that has some influence on this one, since it's Nordics. Yeah. Let's talk about DNA proof. Human origin. Didn't they redo this DNA recently? And they said that, or they could determine that the person came from Asia. And they said that, well, it has Asian DNA, which confirms the land bridge theory. But does it? Couldn't they also built a boat and drifted across the sea and landed in South America? Lots of possibilities there. They may even had airships. I talk about that in another episode of mine about pyramids. If you haven't watched it, I talk about air currents and whether it was actually scientifically probable to be able to split hydrogen. And that was quite a fun theory that I investigated and put together an episode. If you've not watched it, go and dig it up. So it looks like have any posts on this one? Didn't seem to go on very long, did it? Not like 100 pages or anything. So no one was interested for looks of it. It's got previous and next there. Doesn't have next page at the bottom. So I don't know. Unless it's to do up here, so we have to click next, I suppose. So what's the last comment? It's very possible that in the mitochondrial DNA sample that the genes are expressing a rare mutation that is normally repressed. This doesn't indicate that. I do not believe the story, but just another way to look at the evidence. So that's a good point. So let's click next. Oh no, next. Oh, it looks like it's only one page. Doesn't seem to have a click button. So that really nothing there to go on. No one actually debunked it. Still unknown, you see. So have we got any others down here? There's another one. Looks like a Skeptics Society. Have a look. Did I click it? Yeah. Skeptic Forum. Why are space aliens humanoid? Yeah, that's a good question. But they're not, though, are they? Not all of them. They reckon the mantis ones has 6 limbs, I believe. And 2 of those are like normal arms or claws, I don't know, but arms. And the other one are feet. And the claims are that the small greys are actually robots or biomechanical robots that they made to represent you humans, to not try and scare them. That's one of the theories I've heard anyway. So here they're saying there is an obvious fatal flaw in Bennett Hill's Eurasian brothel defense. What's that going on about? They're talking about brothels near his home. So could he had a prostitute in and he made up a cover story? Is what they're saying, I guess. Fully license. And that you're offering an explanation for why Corey had Eurasian pubic hair wrapped around. So yeah. You're accepting the DNA analysis that determines it was Eurasian. If you accept the DNA analysis that determined it was Eurasian, then you're in a dire position of having to concede that it must have come from a Chinese Mongoloid. hooker of extremely rare genetic stock to begin with, who was also a natural blonde albino, already an incredible, implausible combination. Unless she had died, of course, who seems to carry an inexplicable natural immunity to HIV and smallpox, and whose DNA has somehow been spliced. So that's another thing, isn't it, about why our viruses and bacteria didn't kill them. If they're coming here since 1947, did they get sick and then have medical people look into it? You'd think they'd be wearing suits like we would do if we went to a strange planet. You know, you see it on sci-fi movies. So you have to wonder if people are looking at the big black eyes and grey skin, are they looking at a suit? Or have they got some sort of force field going around the body? So there's more. We're going to get more questions than answers when you keep looking more and more into it. That would have to come before they abducted people in the 60s to figure out the bacteria and all sorts of things that could kill them, and the atmosphere, of course, the makeup of the atmosphere, because they take them aboard the craft, right? And they don't seem to be in suits, from what I understand, unless the headgear has a filter in the nostrils, and it looks like it's their flesh and bones. Don't know. What do you guys think? So was there any other stuff here they figured? Nearly albino female from Sydney area. Explanation is ruled out by the DNA in which fits only a Chinese mongoloid. Few relevant quotes from the book. New phase 2 results on the blonde alien hair revealed a stunning anomaly. Depending on whether we analyze the hard hair shaft or the soft roots, it's Monticonial drawn. How do you say that word? Mitochondrial DNA. I don't know if that's correct. Appear to be of two different kinds. From the lower hair shaft, we again obtain the same rare Chinese DNA substitution, but the soft root tissue we obtain a novel discrete Gaelic type. Mitochondrial DNA. This itself was a stunning result. Why do scientists always invent these long, tricky names? So, these people are really getting into it here, by the looks of it, on the DNA side of things, which I haven't heard before. But this is why we do searches. So that search on the keywords was a key one, and how many you put in Google search to look. What's this? I'm grateful for Drew's ongoing support, which to me clearly implies that he and Drew remain on good terms and that Drew must fully concur with Chalker's summary of the results as presented in the book. He stated that it's implausible, not impossible. I have to wonder how many half-decent scientists would make such a statement when they have just completed tests on evidence which makes plausible the very thing which is claimed as implausible. So the statement was up the top here, which I skipped. Seen in just 4% of Taiwanese women, it would not be plausible to find a Chinese woman here with thin, almost clear hair having the same rare DNA. So they're pulling his statement apart there. He might have had sex with a sheep. Oh dear. There we go. He might have. Let's reply to that one. The options I come up with are the sample has been badly contaminated, which is possible. The sample has been faked by someone with intimate knowledge of genetics, which is also possible. Yep. The results have been forged, which again is possible, because I'm not sure if they've done multiple tests on it to get a second opinion. Sample is genuine and comes from a human with extremely rare hybrid genetics. So that's interesting. So, what's UFO Bro gone? What's he saying here? We have so many species of animals living on this planet that at one time man thought was uninhabitable, from ice, heat, deep depths of our oceans. Yes, that's very true. We found out that bacteria can live in boiling water now, which makes life possible even in the most extreme planets. I think eventually, if they keep looking on Mars, I reckon they're going to find something. So, this one looks quite a good one. I might just post that on the side. So there are doubts here. So we'll go back to patient 17. And I think I got the link already for that. I'll just see if anyone's about. Most we've had is 3 people watching, so I suppose it's not bad for a working week. So where's that link on patient 17? It's here somewhere. I'll probably search for it, but what's happened? Assume the stream's working all right. Still, I better check. I have to look on the other screen. Looks like it's working. I'll just check the sound. Yep, looks like it's working. So I got this one here on patient 17. They did an interview with Jeremy Corbell. Is it loading? So it's this site here. It looks like the right one. Just scroll down, check. Yeah, looks like there's an interview you can listen to there. It's very small font. I'll post that on the side too. I don't know if Google will keep them because they seem to remove my links as well as spam, even though it's my own hosting. I just need a drink. Originally somewhat of a skeptic, Corbell was asked to document a surgical procedure by the now late Dr. Roger Lear, alien implant specialist, which he created a documentary. Patient 17. The object removed from patient was unusual in appearance, and Lear sent it to New Hampshire lab for testing. The reports found out that it contained rare earth elements, some even toxic to the human body. Even more compelling, it seemed to emit electromagnetic frequencies, indicated the object could be some kind of communication or tracking device. So that's another thing. I talked about that before, about why no one can block this radio frequency that they discovered on these implants and see if they stop getting abducted. It makes sense, doesn't it? And the way you do that is, if you know the frequencies, is you build a Faraday cage to block out those frequencies. And you can't do it with a tinfoil hat. Let's see, get back to Google. Rene, you got a comment there. Pendant, what did you put on it? Extraterrestrial aliens show. So you're back with us because you seem to drop off for some reason. Said 2, now back to 3. So what I want to do is, you know, people talk about lining their hats with tinfoil to block out, you know, the crazy ones, block out aliens talking to them in their head. It doesn't work because new science, you know that microwave doors even have a certain size hole on the plate of the door, which blocks out the microwave radiation leaking and cooking people that's got their head too close to the door. So, you know, the tinfoil hats don't work. You know, your classic Secure Team 10 fans. Dear, oh dear. And what's he saying? Science, yeah, didn't they? Oh, yeah, it's long. I haven't seen that. I should watch that movie again. It was a good movie. You ever watch the movie Idiocracy 2006? That's hilarious. The trailer's funny. Actually, I might just do a search for that. Come back to the hats. Yeah, Billy Meier again. That guy is annoying. How do you spell it? I spell it wrong. Gracie. Automatically does a search. Need the year number in. So Idiocracy. Crazy. I would have called it. Where's the one? What's a good one? Oh yeah, this one here. If you've not watched that movie, just go and dig it up because it's hilarious. It reminds me of some of the crazy UFO people out there. What's that? Oh yeah, throws him out the window. Basically, he's a time traveler in a military experiment, and it goes wrong, and he gets left in the capsule till like it's 1,000 years in the future or something. And he wakes up, and Earth's just a mess. And he finds out that the population of all the hot blondes only wanted sex with football jocks, and the USA got dumber and dumber as the years went on, and they didn't even know how to repair and maintain
into a hybrid of hillbilly,
buildings
valley
and
girl,
hospitals.
inner city slang, and various crumbs. Joe was able to understand
the
them,
sound of it's
but when
playing.
he spoke in an ordinary voice, he sounded pompous and faggy to them.
Yeah, it is. And they can't even make the right size letters. So, yeah, it's a good movie. Have to watch that again sometime. So he wants to find out what's happened to him when he goes to the hospital, of course. And the receptionist is like super dumb. And she's only got a panel with sort of like tokens on it.
I was in an army experiment, and I'm not feeling so well. I think it might have been the drugs they had me on. I've been hallucinating. My head is just killing me. My joints are all achy, and is this a hospital or?
I think it was the worst rated movie in the year or something. Americans didn't like it at all because it was taking the mickey out of AFL football jocks. So there you go. So on with the tin hat again. So there is people have been trying to block out radio waves for pregnant women. So I know they put it in tin foil and baseball caps. It doesn't work. But if you block out radio or RF, probably RF blocking material, there are several people that produce suits and hats. Right, you don't need an RFI blocking wallet. What's you saying there, Renee? Where they travelled into a stupid duffel bag. Yeah, was that the one where they smoked a lot of weed? I can't remember what it was called now. Bubble something. It was quite funny though. Didn't they break the device or something? Wasn't it a time travelling bong? That seems to ring a bell. I don't remember it being a duffel bag. So yeah, so back onto I talking about RFI chip. So have a look, see what people are selling. So I wonder why no one's actually try to, well, abductees haven't bought hats and material to see if their scary abduction experiences ceases. So the thing is, you need to have the material block a range of frequencies. Obviously, you want to match it to what they discovered by Dr. Roger Lear. And of course, you have to have certain holes. What's it say? Anti-wave shielding underwear. I don't think these are. See, a lot of these ones are like shell sites, skeleton sites. So you'd have to look around, see what else we find. I want to find headgear really, because it's the heads where they control their mind. Now, if you can block out radio frequencies going around the whole head, they wouldn't be able to knock them out, or sleep paralysis type thing that they claim. Headgear. Radio, perhaps try some other keywords. Yeah. I know you can get like mesh material that you can wear as a pregnant woman, which sounds better idea. Radio blocking material. See what pregnant brings up. I've come across the site before. I haven't got the link handy. I spelled it wrong, but they'll correct it. So there are some YouTube videos by the looks of it. So it'll be a good experiment to try, I reckon. What are you saying, Rene? Voyages. He's talking about time travel. Yep. Belly armor, belly blanket, anti-radiation material clothes. That sounds interesting. So there you go. Now a female could try that, but you want it as a head wrap around, like what do you call it, Bonnie Clover, or what's the other type of head thing you wear? Bank robbers, like stockings. You want stocking material like a stocking where you can breathe through it. But they got all sorts of ones here. I wonder if anyone's done any testing on them though, to see what frequency ranges. So they're on Amazon as well. So there'll be someone selling them. The hats. Oh, I should have gone backwards over. I lost my search now. What was the last one? So he's putting, he's doing some tests on the fabric here. Net fabric RF blocking test. So someone wants to block it in a room. I know some people are what you call radio RF sensitive, and they can't claim they can't live in a house of Wi-Fi, internet, and cell phones and mobile phones and radio phones and microwaves because it makes them sick. Yeah, he's talking about a Faraday cage, which is what I talked about. Conductive materials that conduct external and internal electromagnetic charge fields over the cage's surface. See, I didn't see any Faraday cage when he was doing that patient 17 operation. The enclosure of a microwave oven, which is what I said, is an example of a Faraday cage. Constructed to resonate at the microwave frequency. Another example is covering your head with aluminium foil if you're grounded the fall. So that's where tinfoil hats do work, according to him, but I don't think so. He reckons if you ground it, that would be a good experiment. Wrap your mobile phone and connect the ground pin off the house, I guess, to from a plug to the tin foil wrapped around the mobile phone, and see if you can ring it and see if it stops it. That would be a good experiment, I guess. So we found out some interesting stuff there. You can check 3G Sheldon. They offer a comprehensive range of Sheldon products. So they're talking about blocking mobile phone. You know how they're sort of worried now that mobile phones cause cancer. So let's have a look at the link anyway. Oh, I've lost it. Screen winds are commercially available and are widely found in physics labs and various commercial or government installations. So did they have a screen room in the operating theatre? So that would be one thing that I would want to ask Jeremy Corbell. You can use RF Sheldon to block the signals. 3G, that's what we're after. So what have they got here? Closure Sheldon. Wave. And I guess military might use it too, huh? They certainly would have it around their laptops for EMF bursts from nuclear blast. So this is the sort of thing that we need to test with these abductee accounts. Now, if you were doing investigation for MUFON, they really need to start looking into this sort of stuff, especially someone that claims they're being abducted on a monthly basis, which, you know, they've been happening for 20 years. You should be able to get some evidence of this. And I think they need some scientific minds like mine but I know there's some things on YouTube about that. So let's see what we can find. So, ref stands for radio frequency. Sheldon. really you want the wrap around one. Goes right around the neck and head. Now, could you sleep with one of those? Very basic RF protection hats. See, this ain't going to work because it doesn't go right around the neck. Baseball cap would be pointless, I think. What's UFO bro saying? Can protect your credit cards from ARF scanners by wrapping your card in with tinfoil. Sounds crazy, but it's true. But they work differently. It doesn't actually block. Doesn't block the radio waves. It blocks the because it gets power. It has to get power, doesn't it? You hold it close to something, and it charges up a capacitor, and then it runs a little chip on the card, and which transmits a signal. I think the ID tags on the credit cards work differently than what I'm saying here about these implants. But the thing is, the implant you can't actually wrap right around either. You can't put it in like a Faraday cage. So the only way would be like like a baby suit where you got on the material on your feet that goes over your legs where the implant is, and all the way up over your neck and completely over your head. Really, it would have to be like some way that you can make breathing holes. It would be crazy looking, but it would be doable, I reckon. So you can see there's quite a few videos here. But, you know, if you're a abductee and you're worried about getting kidnapped, here's one talking about the bedroom. Wouldn't you just try it? Give it a try. He's got a hat here. So we could probably have a look at his one. But you see, it only cuts out some of the frequencies on this.
Welcome to www.knowwhatforyou.com. Hello,
So
today's
here we
presentation
go.
is about RF
Stop
EMF
shop.
protection hats for EHS people. Part 2, the measurements.
Hats for EHS.
Hi, we are going over the variety of RF protection hats that we currently have, and I would like to emphasize again that all of those hats are meant for blocking RF that comes from
if you had a cigarette
above
like that,
inside and not from below. It is meant for allowing electromagnetic hypersensitive people to walk the streets,
That could be a downside.
to drive, to go into places like shopping malls where the antennas are hidden.
If you put a mobile phone in the hat and try and ring it,
and it should never be used when talking on the phone, when talking on the cell phone, or using a wireless laptop or other wireless equipment.
Ranges of frequencies because of the
RF protection hats are meant in order to block the RF coming from above and the sides, not
have to be like
for RF coming from below.
Like
There are only
3 or
for
more
EHS
layers
people,
of
electromagnetic
different
hypersensitive people. I use them a
material
lot. I
block out the
actually
radio signals
developed
to work.
it. First hats were sold by hand
obviously it's
in order to
doable.
allow me and my
There's
friends,
products
which
out
are
there.
EHS, to cope with daily life. And now we have a full product line. They are still made by hand, but professional hand, not me. As it used to be. Okay.
Suit Wizard of Oz. Now, UFO bro. Stop being funny.
Okay, I will turn the RF source on. Take the meter. See the RF level.
I'll post that link there.
We'll turn it off so you'll see the level that the background level is 0. This is the background level here at the house. There's no other sources. The house is protected.
You can have a look in your own time.
The RF source now is on again. And let's start the presentation. First, the cap.
So pause it there. So where do we get to? So yeah. So that would be one of my theories anyway. The hats or full body suit. And see if they stop getting abducted or controlled. Imagine that if an alien showed up and you're wearing that suit and they couldn't control you. You could get a baseball bat and beat them up. And you could be able to get physical evidence then. But also, they say that the cameras go crazy and they can't, and it sort of gets static. Again, you need to create a camera in a Faraday cage, maybe with certain mesh sizes as well. Especially designed around those frequencies they claim the implants use, and then see what happens. So to me, I would, because they can read people's minds, they claim, if you're an investigator, you don't tell the person you're going to install a hidden camera in their house only after the event. So if the aliens can read the person's mind, and they don't know about the hidden camera, then the aliens won't know it's there. So I think that could be the mistake as well. If you wanted to trap it or prove that you can trap an alien on video being abducted. Also, you'd want to put it across the neighbor's house. So you got a wide angle look above the house. But also, I reckon they give off EMF. So say that a UFO has a light beam that comes down, but the field around it blocks the light bleeding out on the side. So there could be a UFO above the house with a big beam coming down which penetrates normal matter and illuminates the bedroom, which everybody claims happens. So it's not like normal light as we know it. It might be, you know, like they talk about in science about symmetry, like you have an electron, so there will be a positron and photon. What would be the opposite of photon? Neutron or something. But you get what I'm saying. And I sort of covered this also looking at Tesla's research, and I put it in a documentary, which I should post down the side too. But you can find it on my playlists or through my collection. But go and have a watch of the documentary. In there, Tesla finds out that electron flow is not the only electricity. He found that there's another particle that's generated through a massive spark, which he called radiant energy, which also is electrical and can be converted back into normal electron flow. And that's what he was trying to research. He was trying to activate this radiant energy into the atmosphere. And people would have receiver stations that collect this radiant energy and converts it back into normal AC electricity. And you could run your cars, ships, and whatnot. But a lot of the documentaries on TV are mixing up wireless power, which uses two coils, which is totally different to what radiant energy was about. Because they wondered why he wanted this glass dome at the very top of the last tower he was building before it got dismantled by JP Morgan, because he found out he was trying to give free power to everybody, and the banker doesn't like giving anything away that's free, so he closed down his whole project. There was a good series on TV recently, the Tesla Files, I think it was called. Go and dig it up and have a watch of it. But they reckon that he modified the high-rise building that he was living in to be like one of these radiant energy towers, but secretly doing it. It was quite a good series. Interesting theory, of course. What's UFO Bro saying? Not keeping up with you guys. I'm just trying to think what to say. I want to make a UFO out of a UFO materials. Lost me there. I want to make a ship out of carbon fiber. It's lighter and stronger than alloy. Have you seen my levitation experiments that I've done with improvement magnets? So you don't have to use. I used 4 powerful speaker magnets. They weren't cheap because you had to buy at least 10, and it was something like $80, I think, or $100 to buy 8 of them. But I used 4 in an experiment, and they're extremely powerful for being iron core. And then I got a knitting needle and just slid it over rare earth ring magnets, and I could have this little needle hovering between the speed magnets. Again, it's in my episodes. Go to playlist and look up anti-gravity playlist, and you can have a watch of, I think, the Tesla ones there, and also my experiments. I did feature some of those in some other live streams as well. But back to patient 17. Talking about the object removed. Now it's talking about rare earth and isotopes. You know, they brought back and it said it had, here we go, isotopes are variants in elements. The number of protons is the same, but the number of neutrons varies, creating stable and radioactive versions. For example, the atomic bomb could be created, and scientists were able to isolate one uranium isotope from the rest. So here he's asking, did he think that Dr. Lear do a real, a test that wasn't problematic or had errors in it? And Corbow admits that he felt some of the equipment was mishandled, which could have caused the blimp's Lear detected from the object prior to the elemental analysis, the isotope analysis. So his skepticism was still holding firm until the lab tested the object using isotopic analysis. Now, that's the thing also. If we find that report, another web report about this patient 17, let's see if I can find it. Save me searching for it. I think I got it on the page here. Here it is here. Someone watched the video, a skeptic, and analysed it just like what we're doing with the Australian abduction case. So we're not saying they don't happen. We're just saying that how they're researching things and trying to prove things could be done a lot better way to really say whether it's true or not. Just wanted to paste it. See if that works. Is it loading? A bit slow. So I'll say there's a lot of reading on this one. I'll paste it in the side as well. I spend a lot of time on this sort of stuff. What I do is, as you can see, today we're going to wake up after a really weird dream. So where does it start? What's this one? Since the 1950s and 60s, a few believers in alien abductions have reported that aliens left something embedded in their bodies or placed up near the nose. In his 2001 book, The Real Life X-Files, Jerry Nichol wrote about one of the early cases. The implant is often described as a mechanical device of some kind, usually transmitting a radio signal back to the aliens. Some of these people have had x-rays taken, objects have appeared on the x-rays, and a few doctors have removed the objects. The subject is a fascinating one because if everything was to check out according to the tales. We have testable physical evidence of an alien culture. Regretfully, I have to start off this episode with a bit of anticlimax. When I first began researching alien implants, it was with great anticipation. I was eager to see. I need a drink here. Finely crafted tiny objects, perhaps even micro mechanisms or circuits. Now that was quite interesting, although we didn't get to see a picture of it. Earl Grey reckons one of his, not cases, but a German friend, wanted him to look into his case of abduction, and he had photos of the implant which was taken out of him that actually had wires coming from the implant. Now, I've never seen an implant to date with little wires coming out of it. Like it goes into, I don't know, what's it connect to? Muscle? Neurons? Unfortunately, he didn't have a photograph copy of it. I looked further, my spirits dropped. Tuned in. To begin with, one of the first images you will encounter on the web looking into this is a picture of someone's hand. And in his palm are 4 little tubular-shaped objects of different sizes. Do a reverse image search to track down the picture's origin, and you see that the first few pages of shots all from UFO websites promoting alien implants. And what are these objects? Are they RF tags for pets, the type that vets implant under the skin? No mystery there at all. It is perfectly symptomatic of everything I found that the alleged alien implant phenomenon. The only evidence for them ranges from non-existent to terrible. Although he wasn't the first to talk about the implants, the man whose name is most synonymous with them was Dr. Roger Lear, podiatrist and foot surgeon. By the time he passed in 2014, he claimed he had removed 50 such devices from patients, a number which is gravely suspicious as it seems to have doubled twice in the last few years. Yeah, that sort of doesn't work, does it? Patient 17, I suppose it could be. If he's only done patient 17, that means most of them had more than one implant then. But patient 17 only had one, if I remember, from the movie. So this sort of, if he's claiming it's 50, I don't know if that's a true fact or not. It's a bit suspect, I guess, unless their patient 1 wasn't actually patient 1. And they've done some other ones that haven't been documented. Who knows? Or we did some secret ones on the side. What's Renee saying here? Frankie Rao was the last of the Roswell witnesses who touched the floating UFO alien materials. Yeah. But even that's suspect, isn't it? There was a good movie called Ducks. Not movie. Well, there was a movie called Dark Skies. It wasn't too bad, actually. I can't remember, but I think there might have been two movies called Dark Skies, but one was rubbish and the other one was really good. But there was a TV series from the 1980s called Dark Skies, written by the guy that did X-Files. If you've not watched it, go and watch the first episode. It's really good. And he that has famous people and names on it, and they've done a proper storyline based on ufology. It had what's that guy's name that wrote Contact? Carl Sagan, and he was in the series, not as himself though. It's a good series to go and watch. Dig up. You probably better find old copies online somewhere, probably even on YouTube. So he's talking about patient 17 here, and we got down to there. One of the claims about alien implants was, which has existed since the phenomenon was first reported, and which Lear supports, is that they broadcast radio signals. Just like we were talking before about the material to block out the signals. Why hasn't cases played around with it? Lear says the transmitted on what he described as a deep space frequency and gives this as 14.7 megahertz. Look at that number. An episode on the whale signal, we went into great technical discussion of what radio frequencies make sense to use for interstellar communication, and I won't repeat it all here, but suffice to say that planetary atmospheres block most signals, at least. Hang on, but he's forgetting that once the UFO comes into the atmosphere and goes to a particular location that they were last at, because they wouldn't know GPS surely, at least if they're over the right state, they should be able to pick up some radio signal. So that's me debunking that bit there of his statement. There are two windows in the radio spectrum, which our atmosphere is more or less transparent, and he's talking about 1 to 10 gigahertz compared to Lear's 14.7. So that statement there is a bit silly, really. He's assuming that aliens only communicate through the atmosphere. Another suspect, which may be even more likely, the frequency 14.7 megahertz, which is so close to 14.7 blah 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 that the difference is hardly worth mentioning, is the frequency used by chipsets of most common RS-232C serial interface. Of course, we don't use that anymore. RS-2323, that's what they used to connect to printers and dial-up modems. It's very likely used by whatever device. Look at the frequencies on the room, which does not specify why. So that's what I was saying. Why was it in a Faraday cage? And before they started measuring the signals from the implant, before they removed it, So the question is, what is power and device to be able to transmit signal? And he goes on about that here, I think, if we go on further. Of course, to say nothing of the enormous power and antenna that would be needed to make an interstellar radio transmission, the only implants Lear shows in the photos are like tiny pebbles, somewhat bigger than grains of sand, and irregularly shaped. And the suddenly finance talk shows the results of Raman spectroscopy analysis. Is commonly used, blah blah blah. Match and identify what's shown on the graph. Much of it showed human tissue, not surprising. It was removed from a human. It showed exactly one other compound, silica glass. It's a tiny piece of broken glass. Not surprising when Lear tells what part of the person's body it was removed from, a toe. Soon we come back to the reason Lear didn't simply have a chemist tell him his sample was broken glass. And is he saying that if you drop a glass on the floor, you could step on real fine glass that could pierce your body and also move around in your body. Don't people get blown up with shrapnel bombs? Also have shrapnel that moves in the body, especially near the heart. And he's talking about nickel iron alloys. Some are meteorite. Some are found naturally on Earth, and others are commercially produced for industrial use. Plenty of people with industrial jobs have nickel iron splinters in their bodies. Lear says that based on the ratio of nickel to iron, his team concluded that this particular one was from a meteorite and not of earthly origin. The only problem with that is not how we determine whether nickel iron is earthly or not. The ratio found in the meteor. Lost my place now. There. Might be anything. We determine that isotopically. It's complicated and beyond the scope of this episode or article, but I included a link to the dissertation entitled Iron Isotope Cosmochemistry. Yeah, another complicated word. I did post that, didn't I? Yep. Yes, UFO, your dogs have implants. RFI chips. So, the problem with isotopes, though, now, my mate was telling me that isotopes are based on creation theory and Big Bang, that all the elements were made in the first 20 minutes of the expanded explosion, which expanded instantly to 14.7 billion light years away. So it's just a theory, and we're basing a lot of our science based on the idea that the universe is finite and not infinite. So they're talking about isotope decay time, which could all be wrong, of course. So how do we know really if the isotopes are from extraterrestrial or outside our solar system, which are not found on Earth? I think you can do a search on that and start asking the same questions. I don't know too much about it, but I wondered whether there could be any flaws in the science of isotopes. I know there's been a lot of debate about the age of the Earth based by carbon-14 and what they find in rocks. We got someone else new on the side here. Yeah, Mike Johnson, hi. Anyone want to come on and chat? How's the time going? I'll probably have to wrap up soon, actually. 4 o'clock. I thought maybe there might be some people around like QQQvid and Robert too. But I don't know what's happening to these guys lately. Working too hard and staying up too late, I think. Yeah, I'm not seeing QQQvid about he'll be in bed still, won't he? Yep. I'll post the link anyway, and you can hop on if you want to chat. I've probably covered quite a lot already. How long have I been going for? 4 o'clock. A couple of hours anyway. I started late. 1:30, wasn't it? So if you want to hop on Hangouts and connect to have a chat, you can do and ask questions or have your own say. Yeah. It's not a UFO proof channel. He likes his F words. What was I going to do? Isotopes. And Big Bang. I think we can find out what it talks about it. Let's have a look. So you can see a lot of people debunk the Big Bang and point out problems with the theory as well as our current understanding of science. Anyway, I think a lot of the heavy elements and ones that decay are formed inside suns, as far as they claim. And I guess they explode and spew out the atoms, iron, and all the other elements that form from hydrogen. And then they form planets. That wasn't what I was after. I'd probably have to type wiki page and it'll probably be on our wiki page. I do Big Bang Wiki. Who discovered Big Bang? It's called nuclear synthesis. History of theory. History of the Big Bang. Nuclear synthesis began with calculations from Ralph Alpha in the 1940s. How long after the Big Bang did Earth form? Ever and nickel are thought to be formed during these explosions. Cores of massive stars, which is what I was saying. There should be a wiki page on it. Of course, it's mixing it up with the Big Bang TV show, which is annoying. Here we go. Deuterium, as you know, is heavy water that they use for enriching uranium. Basically, it's water that's got an extra neutron. Apparently, you can drink it and it tastes exactly like normal water, but eventually it will kill you. Radiation, I guess. Radiation given off as it decays back into normal water. And I think it binds with other elements in the body and kills you. But yeah, I'm not finding what's no one wants to come on chat. The theory, yeah. But if you watch TV, you know, the TV scientists, they all believe in the Big Bang, that it's proven. But there's a lot of problems with it, you know, inflation and the redshift. They found some galaxies are not moving constantly away, and they're varying at different speeds, you know, because they're saying it's also speeding up. And the whole Big Bang theory needs to prove that dark matter and dark energy exists, and they just can't find it. Find the evidence on it. So we got 4 people watching now. At least that's not too bad for a working week. So we need to look at what was it called? So they're talking about the age, probably age. You know, you'll get a lot of Christian websites talking about isotopes and the age of the Earth, that it's actually wrong, because they know you can't carbon date back so many years and it becomes unreliable. Can't remember how many years it was now. 30,000, is it? 30 million? Or something like that. Probably have to Google it, find out the facts. And probably need to look at that. There's a lot of technical stuff. But what I'm trying to say is, now how do they know that the isotopes has to be extraterrestrial? It depends all on these theories, other theories in science. You know, like the age of the Earth. So about problems with decay, radiation, Earth's age, problems. Of course, they could have got a meteorite, got the rare isotopes out of it, crushed it, and added it to some other metal and implanted it into the body, would that be crazy enough to do that to hoax alien abduction and implant? And why would so many people be doing it? You know, more questions than that. So, of course, then you'll be able to see here. Talking about this radiation decay and isotopes, potassium argon method does occur. So is that one current though? Now here you go, creation.com. That would be a Christian site. It's based on faulty assumptions, so they're going to be knocking it. Since radioactive decay consists constants are believed to be unalterable. So there are some problems with it. And the Christians, of course, want to believe the Bible age of the earth, which is totally wrong. Totally crazy. And yeah. So there's a wiki on it. 4.5 billion years old. And the age of the universe is only meant to be 13.7. Does sort of sound a bit strange. What are these guys saying down inside? Q is alive, is he? No, I thought he would be still in bed. And so going back to the article here, does he add any more to debunking? Yes. Remember he was waving a device trying to record the frequencies before he operated. And is there any way that a piece of metal in the body could be induced to send a frequency? Actually, he tested it when it was out the body, didn't he? And there's materials known as, what's it called? Fluorescence. Fluorescent or something like that, where the light from the operating table light overhead could actually cause a radio frequency to be emitted from the substance itself that they're testing. So it really need to be in a Faraday cage and also in a dark room, as dark as you can get it, and then put the testing equipment in there far enough away to see if you can detect the signal. I don't know if we can search on that part of it as well. Jason. What's it called? No. Can material RF. That can emit radiation. That's another thing, is when radioactive decay happens, it also emits frequencies. So if the device was an implant, it would have to have either be taking energy from the human body to power itself somehow through nerves. How do nerves transmit? They use electrochemical to transmit pain through the nerves to the brain. So, could the device use radioactive decay as a form of like a radioactive battery to power it if it was a real alien implant? So, but we want to can to emit radio. And what do we say? If you pump enough energy into a radio antenna, you can heat it up until it glows and emits visible light. And what we want is the opposite. I think it's called fluorescence, like a fluorescent light bulb, where light goes onto the material and causes a reaction, which then emits a radio frequency back. Probably won't be able to search it like this, probably. It's going to be talking about the same thing, probably. Quantum, do cold objects emit radio waves? So let's have a look at that one. What's he saying? What are you saying down the side here? QQQvid already sent him links onto his Hangouts. He might not want to join. I remember from my basic physics class 3 years ago that every object naturally emits EMF radiation. Also remember that temperature is directly proportional to the frequency of the EM waves. Does it then follow that any object with a low enough temperature emits waves with a very low frequency, such as radio waves? This question has been asked before and already been answered. So, yeah, there you go. So we've got to go to this one here. So we got an answer. There are 4 fundamental states of matter: solid, liquid, gas, and plasma. As the temperature goes up, the average kinetic energy of atoms and molecules increases. Matter transmits to the next in order state with a phase transition. The black body radiation depends on background. No, it should be background, right? Black body radiation depends on temperature, and temperature is proportional to the average kinetic energy of gas molecules. Yeah, what's that all mean? Yes, depending on temperature, emission can be anywhere in the electromagnetic spectrum. Microwave radio. As the object cools or heats, the kinetic energy of the atoms decreases or increases. And the peak of radiation shifts. Note that what is listed on the graph above. Stars like temperatures well above 10,000 Kelvin. Ultraviolet range, so it's talking about the sun. So it doesn't mean objects pulled out the body emit radio frequencies. Things that they're saying that can be. So if we go back to what this guy was saying, the skeptic, about alien implants. Whereabouts did we get to? Yeah. I think basically what he said is that they didn't, if they asked any scientists, they could tell them that materials emit EMF frequencies. Almost all papers promoting alien implants include the claim that they incorporate biological tissue. They are tiny cybernetic devices. Lear gets more. Just go back to that. Specific than most, stating his finding that they are encased in a capsule, often keratin or collagen. This should not surprise anyone in the medical field. It's called a foreign body granuloma, and it's how the body encapsulates a foreign body to protect itself from it. Depending on what foreign body consists of, this fibrous tissue forms around the object. So he's saying it's not abnormal. Lear and others have noted that these implants have what they describe as strong magnetic fields, at which they measured at 10 milligauss. Milligauss. This is not at all significant. Fluctuation in the Earth's magnetic field ranges from 250 to 650 milligauss. So the variance of 10 milligauss reported by Lear is only 2.5% of the normal variance around the Earth's surface, but it is even true. Yeah, did I read that right? But is it even true? Nobody knows, since all we have on this is the variable reports of Lear and a few others. I can hear something popping on. Claim to have detected this tiny variance for a piece of debris that is actually nickel iron, and it's perfectly in line with what we expect. There's certainly plenty of other claims about alien implants, but they're all supported only by anecdotal reports with no evidence at all. This includes reports of carbon nanotubes in implant, stories of implants moving by themselves or reassembling after removal. Yep. I can hear someone. Here we go. We've got two people jumping on. What's your guys' thoughts on it all?
20 years later.
What we got on here? Sorry? Who we got joining us here?
You've got me, Mikey, and Alex.
You finally woken up, have you?
Yeah,
What time is it there? Is it 4 o'clock there in UK?
No, it's 5:15.
It's 4:15 Friday AM in the morning here, and I've been talking since 1:30 on alien abductions and implants. We're going over the what skeptics are saying about it. So it may interest you. Go back and re-watch what I've said. Sort of covered lots of things.
Well, that'll
Looking
take
at
me
my
about 3
skeptical
hours,
eye.
so.
Yeah. Basically, I started off talking about the Australian famous case where he claimed that he got assaulted in bed by a hot blonde and bit the nipple, but he didn't actually cut he spat it out. So he didn't keep that sample, but he only found hairs on his manhood, on his foreskin. So I started looking at that and then doing searches to see if anyone had debunked the claim. And then I went on to patient 17, which I'm talking about now. And I'm talking about why can't anyone catch physical evidence in current alien abduction cases? Why can't they catch it on video? And why can't they... Why has no one experimented with Faraday cages around the cameras, which is what I'm recommending? So you could easily get a camera that records non-stop on a device inside a Faraday cage and hide it in the building by taking the person out for an interview, but install it in their house so they don't know it's being done. So it's not in their brain. So they claim that ETs can read their minds and know that they're being filmed or whatever. But if the person doesn't know, that takes them out of the equation, is what I'm saying. And you should be able to put a pinhole camera in their bedroom and actually see what's going on to prove their case. I have suggested this to Il from MUFON, and he said, yeah, I never thought about that, and it's actually a really good idea. You put a camera across the street that the only neighbor knows about it being there and actually record the whole month or whatever. Change the SD card every day. Just drop by and change it, long as the people don't know they're being filmed. Of course, it probably is totally illegal in America. I don't know. But maybe you can get people to sign something,
See,
so
the Faraday
thing. Theories on
the Faraday cage around the camera. It sounds like a good idea, but that's using the presumption that what turns these cameras off or whatever is some sort of magnetic interference and electrical interference.
True.
Yes.
So if it isn't electrical interference of some sort, then that Faraday cage isn't going to do sod all, basically. And as for abductions,
that's what I'm saying.
The skeptics would say, well, there's no evidence because it's all bullshit. Myself, again, I'm on the fence with that one. There's some really, really good stories out there. Ones that, okay, a lot of people would argue there is.
Which stories do you like? Because I'm talking about patient 17 and
there's also a lot of stories of people that are
wacko.
Yeah, there is. We've had a couple of them on the channel.
Hey, I'll be right back, guys. I'm going to the little aliens room. I'll be right back.
Okay, mate.
Okay.
Hi, Paul.
Well, of course, there's the classic Travis Walton. Did Barney and Betty get abducted?
So that's your
missing time, didn't they?
So,
yeah.
So
Betty
they're your
Barney
favorite
Hill, that's a
cases?
good case.
Right.
Well, I think they're pretty good cases.
Probably they're the first abduction case, I believe. Abductions is a modern phenomenon that started in the 60s, and I think theirs was the first one.
Yeah, with Barney and Betty, you wouldn't have expected them to want the attention because of the whole fact that,
I want to correct that statement. It did not start in the 60s. It was recorded in the 60s. Researchers think that abductions have been happening for centuries and that it just now came into public view in the 60s.
The mainstream, if you like.
Right.
Before then, though, wasn't it put down to devil or agent? What's it, incubus?
Right.
And
Devil,
succubus
demonic
visitations?
Right.
Yeah, and that ties in with the paranormal side of things as well.
Right.
So, but what I'm talking about are what are the flaws in their researching of it, and why haven't they tried out various things? I was talking about earlier about radio material that blocks out radio frequencies. Now, if you were worried about aliens abducting you, why hasn't no one actually tried a full body radio blocking suit, like a Faraday cage? Aliens would get a shock if they walked in to abduct someone and someone's got this, like a Bonnie Claver radiation filtering across their head and they can't control them anymore, and you're about to whack them with a baseball bat or something. And you would have physical evidence for sure then. But a lot of people think maybe. Yeah, carry on.
That's assuming that they're just going to use the technology that you're talking about, considering that they came here from far away and they have the technology to get here. I would assume that they would have the technology to outwit a Faraday cage.
It is a lot of presumptions, though, isn't it? Because just because they can get here doesn't mean that they are super highly advanced. It just means they've got cars that happen to go through space.
Yeah, but they might have the technology, is what I'm saying.
Might.
You can't assume that they're going to have the technology. No, but you also can't assume that the Faraday cage is going to work. I mean, it's something feasible to try, though, because there are a lot of people out there that are scared to death that they're going to be taken again.
Huh.
And these are people that consciously recollect what happened.
Yeah, but
not people
that's
that.
What I'm saying. But that's what I'm saying. At least you could try.
Right.
Material Faraday cage and do an experiment to see if the abductions stop. Because if you're blocking out the radio frequencies of this implant, then they won't be able to know where you are.
But that would mean they wouldn't turn up and you'd end up getting no proof on your camera.
Did you know that a lot of the implants
these people
are man-made?
Yeah, but they're scared of the abductions, so they don't want to make it stop. They don't want to actually prove it. They just want to stop it. So you could get them to wear the suit, and if the abductions happen at night time, I guess that would prove whether it's real or not. But of course, they say half the abductions happen during the daytime, and also other people have witnessed the abductions happen. But like the Travis Walton case is one where the men saw him being abducted, didn't they? Oh no, they left him behind.
Yeah, they didn't actually see him get abducted, but they did apparently see him get zapped by a flash of light, if you like, and fall to the ground. They presumed dead, panicked, pissed off, went back, and he was gone.
But as I was talking earlier hours ago, in science they talk about symmetry particles. So we know photon is a light, but there could be also a symmetry of opposite of light, which maybe the aliens use, which you don't see as like we see as a normal vision on their eyes. But they can maybe use these symmetry particles to penetrate normal matter and light up the house or whatever, and people across the road don't see anything happening because it's using science or particles that we don't know about yet. So there's all sorts of theories out there. And as I was saying in my Tesla documentary that I made, that my Tesla was found that electron flow is not the only power. That he found also this thing that he named radiant energy, which is a form of electricity that he then would collect on a receiver and convert back into our normal electron flow electricity that drives our normal AC circuits and stuff. So I cover that in that documentary, which is about 15 minutes long. It's worth having a watch if you've not seen it.
Okay.
So it's in my playlists. He also claimed that he levitated metal rods, and was it his nephew or something like that, or something relation? He drew pictures of it and talked about it. But of course, if you watch that series, the Tesla Files, he reckons that he had 80 trunks, or maybe even 100 trunks of all his notes and findings that vanished from his room, and they reckon the FBI got to it, and then it was transported when they claimed it. His relatives claimed it. They sent it to Serbia, but they only got 37 trunks or something, and they found FBI reports that talked about 80 trunks. So what happened to all those other trunks? So I'm not sure if you've seen that series or not, but it's worth digging it up online. You might be able to find it on streaming sites and have a watch of it. Have any of you guys watched it at all on TV?
No.
No.
Okay. Well, go and dig it up. It's quite a good one to watch.
Okay.
But they don't cover the stuff that I covered in my documentary. They seem to think that it's like wireless power. Wireless power they know works because they're now playing around with it with charging mobile phones. So you just put it on your desk and it charges. But it uses like two coils, and there's a big coil and a small coil, and the coil is actually plugs into the base of your phone, and it transmits using the magnetic fields of the coils. But that's not what Tesla was working on. He was working on this new energy source, which I talk about in my documentary, and some other guy found out about it, and he made a thing called a spark gap capacitor, where he charges up high voltages and it causes a spark across it, and then he collected the radiant energy in rods and tapped it off outside, and he drove this bank of lights on a demonstration, as well as powering up electric motor and stuff, and he was running it off a 12-volt car battery or something, going through these capacitance, 3 capacitance. Unfortunately, it got taken away by, I think it was FBI. They took his prototype machine away. It was called EV Grey. You may have heard of it. And he also had a relationship with a woman that they believe may have hit him over the head and killed him or something, because they found him laying on the floor. So there's all sorts of mystery about the EV case and the disappearance of his motor. And then they found it years later in a shed or something, or a warehouse, but it's got the crucial bit missing, which is the spark gap capacitor. And because the electric motor wasn't special, it was like a 3-phase motor. It wasn't special, but the special spark gap and how it was made was missing. So yeah, I talk about that in that documentary. Perhaps I can find it for you guys.
You ought to look into the Searle generator, SEARL.
Yeah, I've heard about that guy, the British guy that claimed to.
Yeah, he built it.
Yeah, he claimed that he could make a magnet that was a rod, and
Right.
it was monopole, which is impossible, as we know.
Well, he actually achieved it
claims-
because he actually had a disc that flew powered by the serial generator.
Yeah, but where is it?
Yeah, it was taken away.
He built the disc. He built the disc out of wood as well. He claimed, and
Yeah, I watched the
motor
video
in
on
it.
how it was built. Yeah.
Yeah, it's on all these conspiracy sites and stuff, but no, there's no hard evidence that it actually was real.
There
It
are
made,
actual
like a-
people. There are actual people rebuilding his serial generator. There
Yeah,
are.
but I've heard that for probably I've probably heard that for 40 years now. Though. No one can actually make these magnets that he claims.
I've seen current technology in regards to the serial generator, and it does work.
Okay.
It powers lights.
Well, if you can-
But anyways, it's just something I
Well, you
wanted to mention.
Yeah, it's all interesting stuff. It's free energy and 0 point stuff.
Right. One of the people
that's well
that is
worth-
working on free energy right now is Gary McKinnon,
Yep.
the CIA hacker.
Yep.
He has some little
I'll just-
experiments he puts on his site.
Yeah.
Yeah, he was the hacker from England, wasn't he?
Yes. He and I talk. Believe it or not.
All right. Let's see if I can find the Tesla documentary I'm talking about. Not many people watch it because it's a long one. Say it's 50 minutes long. And the first half of it, I sort of cover stuff people know, but it doesn't get interesting until about the middle way. And I make references to dark matter and dark energy, to what Tesla was calling stuff. So here's my video playlist at the top here, and I think it's under anti-gravity and magnetism playlist of mine. Let me just have a look. This one here. I think that's got the Tesla one, and also a good documentary on Townsend Brown. All right. Yeah, I got it going now.
Yeah,
Was
the
meant to
audio
play
is
it,
simple
but, yeah, it's got Tesla one here at the top, and it's also got my magnet experiments further down. And also this guy here called Boyd Bushman. I'm not sure if you heard about him, but he claimed that you could push two opposing magnets together and drop it from a very high tower, and also drop similar weight, and the magnet ones would always be slower falling down. Yeah, that's right. But I talk about that on that episode here, where someone tries to duplicate the experiment, and some guy that was big with that, with Boyd Bushman, was that new age scientist guy. What's his name called now? He talked about the Doppler discs. What's his name? It's in my head somewhere, but yeah, it's in the episode I talk about it. But I'll post that link to that playlist. But the other one should be in there is Townsend Brown. I'm not sure why it's not in the list. Maybe I need to add it. Townsend Brown noticed that X-ray tubes, when they charged, would shake and rattle like they wanted to escape the equipment. And he thought that was strange, so he started doing some experiments with it and found they actually lost weight when they were highly charged because they used high voltage. So my episode talks about that.
Reduces weight. Yeah.
Yeah, and there's some papers in science, true science, about it all, and I talk about it in the Townsend Brown one. Perhaps you can search for it.
I'll check it out.
Yeah. And also his daughter come along to made a comment, which I didn't know. I didn't know her last name. And she made a comment which didn't make sense. And turned out she was very happy with my documentary, which was really good. But for her to come on and say so, you know. So people out there take my stuff seriously. My research anyway. Probably have to go into videos. Anyway, if you go search here, you can actually search on it probably. Townsend. Can't see now. It's very small font there.
Hey guys, I'll be right back. I gotta do something before noon, so I'll be right back.
Okay, here we go. Come up straight away.
See you in a bit, Tim.
Right.
All right. Hang in there, Paul. I'll be back.
Back to the playlist. Okay, mate. Now, I'm not too sure how much longer I can go for anyway, because it's a late night one. But I'll have a break tomorrow and probably do one.
Well, if you're gone by the time I get back, thanks for the presentation.
Okay, well, you can always watch it offline. And I've just posted that one there. Townsend Brown, it's episode 27. It was done August last year. So I should be able to add it to a playlist somehow, haven't I? Since I'm logged in.
Yeah, just be careful what you're doing there, because you need
here.
to go to Video Manager, don't you?
I'm not sure. I thought you could add it.
I thought you had to go into your Video Manager to add it to your playlist.
Add transitions. I thought they used to have a button that you could say add to a playlist on the screen.
No, they have add to watch later or add to different things. But I
Yeah,
thought
I'm pretty sure.
Video. All right.
Yep. Okay, we can edit it. I have got it all backed up, by the way, just in case I stuff up. I know you can edit this way, like you're saying. Down here, playlists. It's in 3. But it should be in anti-gravity one. Regular episodes. Oh, it is in that one. It's already in that one. I didn't see it in the list. Oh well, there you go.
That's a sure sign that you're feeling tired, mate.
What's that?
The classical electrostatics or general relativity.
It's getting near that time though.
Here are some original photographs of him with his models.
So I was talking about before you come on isotopes, whether they could emit radio waves, and apparently they can. So what I was talking about was this skeptic guy that was reviewing patient 17 and Dr. Lear's claims on it. And what was his conclusion? Lear was serious about excluding from his process any viewpoints whose primary goal was anything other than supporting his preferred conclusion. Good analysis demands a non-ideological perspective. So basically, he didn't invite on patient 17 any skeptics to question his claims. So he banned them from the documentary. Any unbiased electrical engineer could have told him why he picked up radio frequency, which was what I was talking about earlier. Any unbiased astronomer or geologist could have told him why the nickel ion was not extraterrestrial. Any unbiased chemist or geologist could have told him his sample was just a piece of broken glass. A glance at Wikipedia could have clued him in the 10 milligauss is not significant magnetic field. So this guy is really slamming it as a skeptical scientist. So I posted that link earlier up the top there. I've posted it to my Twitter before and stuff, but you may have missed it. I'll post it again in case all these links get deleted by Google after it's finalized the recording. It's worth having a read of that one. And also this other one I was looking at, which was an interview with Cobell. And Cobell admits he felt some of the equipment was mishandled. So he's talking about the radio signals as well. So that's another good one, which I've posted already, but I'll post it again. So you guys can bookmark it now. Have a read of it sometime. Because I was just skimming it. And talking about isotopes here, which is where I sort of branched off. And he's talking about George Knapp. George Knapp urged Corbell to quantify the results and have the sample tested. Have these guys actually seen patient 17? Still there?
I've heard about it, but I don't remember what it was.
Well, if you look hard enough, you can actually find copies to watch it. Because really, I believe all UFO stuff should be free to watch, even if it's in 400p version. You should actually then, buy it, for downloading 720 or higher. That's what my feelings are. People say, why shouldn't people profit from the UFO field? But I reckon that you can make it free as well as paid, and also have a donation if people want to donate a couple of bucks your way.
Yeah, but you put out a lower quality copy of it.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
For the people who really want to see it the way it can be seen, they pay a couple of quid, whatever.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Because this Corbell, he hasn't got a YouTube channel that he puts out full videos like we do. We're sort of interested in it, not really concerned about the money about it, because we got other ways of getting money at the moment. But yeah, it would be nice to profit, And I noticed that lately Secure Team 10 has been promoted Corbell's videos, trailers anyway. And he's got another one coming out called Skinwalker Ranch or something, which looks interesting, but we'll probably never get to see it because we won't pay for it. We'll wait till it's on TV or something. But here, George Knapp urged him to get other labs to test the sample, because they're talking about it had like 36 elements in the sample, and many of the sample elements, like 12 or something, were meant to be not found on Earth naturally. But yeah, I was talking about the isotopes that my mate reckons it's all based on creation theory, radioactive decay, and how old the Earth is, and how it can be related to how old stars are and all that sort of stuff. He reckons it's all sort of wishy-washy scientists and can have other explanations for isotopes. Unfortunately, he hasn't got Google accounts, and he won't come on Hangouts to talk about it all, which is a shame because he'd be someone that you guys could hammer against, because he claims to know all this sort of stuff, and he's got his own theory that opposes the Big Bang theory and all that. So yeah, he would be a good guy to come on, but he won't because he's paranoid about NSA and being spied on and having police raids, and because he's had a few police raids because he's got all these satellite dishes in his yard, and the government's getting a bit suspicious why they got I don't know how many antennas he's got, but he's got quite a few. I think about 10 plus. He's like that place in Australia, what they call it now, Pine Gap or something. He was telling me a funny story though. People were walking past and looking into his yard, and his mate can control the satellite dish and bend it down and change the angle, to track satellites in space, of course. And he was tracking the people walking along the footpath looking in the yard, and every time they stopped he paused the antenna, and every time they walked back he'd have it track back. And a week later they got a visit from the police saying that that they're using the antennas to spy on them. So it was quite a funny story he said there. So are we still live? Are we still going here?
Yeah.
I never checked to see everything was working properly. It looked like it was. I was checking it randomly.
Yeah, everything's working fine.
So yeah, so that was that one. So that was pretty much the end of that, really. So anything else you guys want to talk about alien abductions, go ahead and perhaps have a watch over my stuff or skim through it anyway for yourself.
See, with alien abductions, once again, like I'm always saying with UFO cases, I hate the bullshitters and I hate the fake stuff. And we have over on Proof's channel, we had one lady come on and she told her story, and it was so whacked out. There was no way you could take what she was saying seriously. Unfortunately, at the end of it.
Do you know what her first name was?
Well, yeah, but I'm not going to call somebody else on here.
All right.
Alex knows who I'm talking about.
Yeah, I remember.
Yeah, it was a lady.
Did she talk about clouds following her home?
No, she was in a high-rise, let's say a hotel, and I think she described it as 15 to 20 human-looking male aliens beamed into the room.
Wow.
This, that, and the other happened. And then later on in the night, she remembers she was in some car with one of the Chippendales driving through whatever city she was in. And it was at that point you thought to yourself, okay, this story has just gone to ridiculous.
Yes.
Yeah.
But again, that is the problem when we get people coming on and, don't get me wrong, if somebody does have an abduction experience, I'm sure it would be strange, weird, maybe hard for them to wrap their head around, and even harder for us, because we haven't experienced it, to wrap our head around it. But I think there are points in some stories where it's like, okay, you just crossed the line. This is bull. And unfortunately, that lady's came over like that. And so many cases do. You know, there's always somebody who wants their 5 minutes of fame.
Yeah.
And then, of course, there's just the friggin' trolls and the hoaxers and the bullshitters.
Well, that's one of the questions I asked Earl from MUFON, because he did live stream 13 with me. He talked about some strange cases, and one of those was an abduction case with a home security man. So his name was Secret. And he said they're still getting abducted even till today. Since the age of, I think it was 12, I think he said. You have to go back and watch it if you haven't watched it, but it's a really interesting episode.
See, okay.
And also he had some... Yep.
If you thought you were getting abducted, let's just say, for instance, Paul, you believe that you have been getting abducted, let's say once a month. I would call that regular for the last 5 years. Would you not, in all reality, try doing something similar to what you said before? You know, get a small camera and put a little Faraday cage around it just to see if that helps. If you're not getting footage, just having cameras sitting around. Wouldn't you do that and record for a couple of months? Because imagine what that piece of footage would mean to the community. Plus, if you wanted to make money, imagine what that piece of footage would be worth if you had your whole room cameraed up from every angle, and even from the outside of your house, cameras pointing up at the sky, cameras pointing this way and that way. Like you said, even cameras by your neighbour's house, pointing over towards yours and stuff. Wouldn't that be worth doing? Because I tell you what, if I was getting abducted once a month, I know for a fact, I know people who would send me the equipment I needed to get that proof.
That's right. But the thing is, when the abductions happen, even though they talk about bright lights, no one outside sees it. And they pass, the UFO literally can merge with the house, but also people are lifted off their bed through the ceiling into the craft. There's that famous case with the woman that was on a high-rise at the top of the penthouse or something like that, and she flew out the window. Yeah, I can't remember what it's called now.
Yeah, and the two security guys in a car outside who couldn't be named properly or something because they were there to bodyguard some frigging government person. Yeah.
Yeah, that's right. Saw her drifting across into the craft. So that's another famous one. But we got that one, and what was the other ones? Also, not abduction cases, but you also got that famous African schoolyard one, and you also got the one in in Australia where the schoolyard.
Zimbabwe.
Sorry.
I was just asking about the Zimbabwe case about the kids.
I still didn't quite catch what you said. Did you catch what he said, QQQvid?
Yeah, Alex is saying, is that the one in Zimbabwe?
I think it was.
We had like 50 or 60 kids all described the same things. The aliens floating up and going in top head first and all.
That's honestly cute. That's honestly like one of my, honestly, I don't know if he's talking about that, but that's honestly one of my favorite cases. I know they're making a documentary. I don't know if you heard recently. I think they're making a documentary.
James Fox is doing it.
But honestly, that case.
James Fox is doing it.
That case.
On 781 or something.
It's just so crazy for so many kids to have had this. Not to mention just the kids, the teachers as well had such a weird experience. You know, I mean, as far as the craft that they saw, I mean, they obviously saw a craft. The way they all described it, just not even the fear in their faces. It's just like, honestly, to me, it seemed like they didn't know what the fuck they saw. Honestly, imagine if that was a true case, okay? So let's just say that was a true case. Wouldn't that be some weird shit? Would they describe? Because all the kids describe the same thing, man. They all describe this fucking craft that came and landed close to their school. They all said they saw a fucking like alien beings. And then, bro, I mean, honestly, all their stories, if you fucking took them apart, they all kind of say the same thing. And they're to this day, they're not even sure what the fuck they saw. So that to me is like one of my favorite cases, honestly, because they were kids. They were kids when they saw that shit, man. So for so many kids, man, I'm talking about like, man, well, how many was it, like 20? More than that.
No, it was more than that. I think it was more like closer to 60 odd kids, and they varied from about the age 4 to 14 or something.
Man, for all those kids that said the same thing, and the teachers, man, the teachers said that there was some weird shit out there, bro. I mean, I'm trying to take in. If it was 1 or 2 kids, it'd be something different, bro. But to have like fucking 60 kids say the same story, and then to have the adult teachers actually pretty much say the same story as the kids.
Yeah.
It's so hard to fucking throw that one out. I love that case. Honestly, that's one of my favorite cases because of the witnesses and honestly, bro, believe it or not, man, some of the fucking most honest witnesses will probably be kids, bro, because they'll tell you exactly what the fuck they saw. They will, they might sensationalize something, but to have 50 kids tell you the same thing, I love that case.
Well, like somebody we know once said, it's hard enough to get 60 odd kids to sit still for half an hour.
Yes.
Never mind to all come up with the same account.
Story. Yes.
Plus, it's been updated more recently. I mean, I'm not sure how many years ago, but they re-interviewed a lot of the kids, and they still stood by their story.
You know who did it was Josh Gates. He does a UFO. Not UFO, but he does like paranormal UFO. Josh Gates. What's the name? Paranormal. Fuck, bro. I mean, I'll pull it up right now.
Expedition Unknown.
Expedition Unknown or something like that. Expedition Unknown.
And also Destination Truth, which I thought was better because he did it on paranormal and UFOs.
The name of his show is called Expedition Unknown. But Josh Gates is actually he's actually really funny. Honestly, in the ufology, honestly, he's one of the most funny guys. But he goes off facts, and he has a cool show because he has a good sense of humor. But he's the one that interviewed recently the Zimbabwe kids. Like they did the update of the case, and they talked to some of the that were kids, and now they're fucking adults. And all of
it was on Expedition Unknown.
Yes.
Search for ET, I think.
Josh Gates. Man, I'm telling you, but man, bro, I mean, just seeing them. Honestly, bro, when I saw them talk, it seemed like they were being sincere, bro. Honestly, to me, it didn't seem like they were lying. It seemed like they saw some shit that they did not understand, man. All of them said the same thing. Like, we don't know what we saw, man. It's so crazy to have like one person, not to mention now you have like fucking 50 or 60, not to mention school teachers that told you that they saw something. That's an incredible case to me, man. I don't know what they saw. I don't know what the fuck they saw, but man, those kids and those teachers saw something, man. Come on, you can't 60. Come on, it's not 1 or 2 crazy nutballs. No, it was 60 kids and teachers that said that more than that probably, that said that they saw this craft with beings that came out. I don't know how to explain that, man. 60 witnesses? Come on, man. Sometimes you got to say that maybe sometimes the weird is, I don't know, bro. I'm trying to wrap my head around it, but something obviously happened.
That's what I talked about earlier. That I think half the abduction cases there's always a witness to them, and half of them also happen during the day as well.
Yeah, you know what?
So
Like,
it's a bit
yeah,
hard
man,
to
I never
explain.
been that. Honestly, I've seen some weird shit in my life. I have. I mean, the biggest thing I've ever saw, me personally, was a big black triangle. I was with some friends, man. I went to a liquor store. It happened to be in front of a McDonald's and a fucking a football field. So I came out first, and I was watching the guys play football because
Yep.
they were practicing football.
Was
So
it
I
at
was actually
nighttime
watching
or evening?
I was actually watching them play football. This is in Richmond. You can look it up on Google, man. It's called Contra Costa
Yeah, but
College.
during the day or nighttime or what?
Man, no, it was about 9 o'clock, man. You know what I mean? So it's like they're probably finishing up their practice. It was probably
9
like
o'clock PM
it
though?
was probably like a Friday night. You know what I mean? So people were up there late. There was a McDonald's, bro. There was a McDonald's right across the street, bro. Okay, so there was people there, bro. But I came out first out of all my friends, and I walked outside, and I was waiting for my friends to come out, and I just happened to look up. I didn't even hear nothing. I just happened to look up, and I looked up, and I
You
saw
report it to MUFON?
No. But what I saw, bro, was what looked like something completely started blocking out the stars. So I was like, what the fuck is that? I was like, what is that? And I saw what seemed like it was, bro, like a big triangle literally block out the stars, and it was just moving. Just not a super fast pace, but it was going across the sky. And it was huge, bro. Honestly, I'm telling you, it was like a block. It was like a like a city block. That's how big it was. That's why when it went over, I started noticing. I was like, it just got black all of a sudden, and I was like, what is that? No, and I noticed, man, I'm telling you, I noticed the shape. It was like a triangle, not now pointy. It was like a rounded triangle. No noise, nothing whatsoever, bro. It seemed like a balloon, just gliding, bro. Like imagine a triangle, just.
It could have been a balloon.
But
it could have been a balloon, but government.
Fuck no, 100%.
It could have been an experimental airship that the secret government reckon on, or the military
That shit
reckon
was
on.
not a fucking balloon, bro. No, it was not a balloon.
Yeah, the size Alex is talking about is
bro,
far bigger than you would
100%.
expect
Honestly,
a balloon
bro,
to be.
I'm not a dumb motherfucker, bro. If that was a balloon, I would have told you guys. You know what? It could have been a balloon. It wasn't. No, bro. It was a solid black triangle.
I'm not talking about a normal size balloon. I'm talking about experimental craft that using
yeah. Well, I always look.
Helium technology.
I always said that I didn't think it was alien. Honestly, my thought was always that it was an American fucking vehicle that we have. Like we have, man, come on, we got the stealth bombers. And you think that we fucking got to know those when America had them? No. So, man, what happened in Phoenix? You know the Phoenix Lights, right? I think that was honestly the Phoenix Lights.
Yeah.
Oh, I think we've just lost Alex. I'll message him.
Yeah, he was a bit choppy on my end, and I couldn't hear some of the stuff he was saying.
Yeah,
it's
he's
like,
on as
is
well.
he on Wi-Fi or something? Who's swearing down the side here?
Oh, I missed all that.
Who's saying how out there? Someone's swearing there. I need to stop calling secure team a fraud. Are they kidding?
maybe secure team needs to stop being a bleeding fraud. And Christina, if you are a secure team fan, then the safest thing for you is not to come to this channel and not open your mouth, because I will boot your butt. I'm going to leave that comment on but I will boot your butt without thinking twice, because if you believe secure team, you are so misguided. And can I just say, what are you going to be when you grow up? Now, either shut the hell up or just get off the channel.
Oh wow, what was that? What happened? God dang, that's
we have an idiot
You dropped off when a message popped up.
chat. Yeah, we have an idiot in the chat that thinks that secure team stuff is totally legit, and we need to stop effing bashing him. Yeah, but Christina, you need to freaking grow up.
Who is that?
Indeed. But as I was going to say, did you ever have a listen to Art Bell's thing on his Black Triangle sighting? It was very interesting. I've got it in a episode I made for a tribute to him. It's well worth having a listen to it.
Yeah, Christina, have you ever seen Tyler's Ken the Astronomer? Have you ever seen that? Have you ever seen him when he was faking the voices? Have you ever seen him when he faked the woman's voice and then said the excuse was he'd lost their audio? Yeah, well, maybe he should have said that at the beginning of the video, and then he wouldn't have got called out and it proved to be a liar. Have you seen when Lions Ground recently called him out about saying he was being attacked by trolls? And it was actually accounts that he made, and he proved that on his own video, which he later took down, because when he clicked on the troll account, there was a button on the screen that only the maker of the account can have on it. Yeah, friggin' grab up Christina Metcalf, or just frig off. Friggin' idiot. You know what?
Look, you know me by now. I don't call anyone a hoax unless I have 100% proof. You know, a lot of people have called Mojo a hoaxer, but I haven't, because I don't think 100% proof's there to say that he is. So for me to call Street Cat 1 a fraud and Secure Team a fraud and other people, I have enough evidence to back up my claim, which Secure Team 10, I probably could take it to court even and win the case if they really want to challenge it. But
a flat earther could
all you need to do is watch it.
Could take Tyler to freaking court and beat him.
Secure Team is not even a team, bro. Secure Team is Tyler.
Yeah.
Well,
I mean, don't get me wrong, he's done fantastic with his channel, but his channel is crap. He puts out too much crap. Could it be? Could it be? Could it be? I mean, when he showed the submarine floating across the top of the ice, oh, get a friggin' life.
I actually did this episode without actually mentioning Secure Team. I thought I could do one episode without Secure Team 10 coming up. That's why I did one on aliens, and I only stuck with aliens.
Oh, get on this.
End of the night.
Get on this, Paul. Christina's come back. Christina's come back with freedom of speech. You can't.
Christine,
and you will
click on that link above.
And you will not tell me what I
posted.
What is that, Q? Is that a person?
So, Christine, why do you think he's not a fraud? Maybe we should ask you that.
Well, can I also say, Christina thinks that I am a Lions Ground fan, I presume. I watch Lions Ground stuff purely because Lions Ground was bringing out crap that Tyler was doing. He's been busted by so many people, Christina. Dazza, the cameraman, jump onto his channel and tell him he's talking crap, and just see how much he gets slated there. If you think you're getting slated now, jump over there and tell him that Secure Team is friggin' genuine. Yeah, let's see how that goes. And no, you cannot call. I am certainly not a Lions Ground a fanboy. In fact, Lions Ground called me out just a couple of months ago because he thought I was trolling him. And as I said to him, I don't troll anybody. I never have. If I have something to say, it's always on this account, and I say it to the person's face. So whatever, Christina, you are so misguided. But yeah, I hope you enjoy your secure team stickers and T-shirt. Yeah, secure team. It's Tyler. There's no team. The Insomniac team. What? It's one person. Freaking grow up. Jumbo.
That was one comment today. You know, I'm not sure if you heard, but UFO Theatre posted a thing on Twitter saying that he's got thousands of people from Secure Team 10 putting hate comments on his video about Wings are Foul video. So go and have a read of the comments there. But I've answered a few of them saying if they don't believe Constantine's video, they can watch mine. And here I have on the screen a whole list of ones on Secure Team. And all of those are 100% provable that he's a fraud. And as I've said, I did one called Leaker Radio, which puts all together his fake leaker voices that he did. Is it in that one? I may not have added it to that one.
Who are you talking about?
Secure Team.
Oh, okay. So, I mean, look, what's it? I mean, do you actually like Tyler? I mean, believe it or not, I mean, I'm close to fucking Kyle. You know, Kyle actually sent, I mean, believe it or not, Tyler from Secure Team 10 sent Kyle, which is, you know, one of our people on the channel, money for fucking him to just to maintain himself. So, I mean, I know you probably watch his channels, but we actually have a connection with his ass. So, man, we've actually talked to Tyler. He knows who the fuck I am. I'll tell you that. He knows who I am.
Well,
but
he can't call me. He can't call me a fraud channel. She's saying Lion's Ground is a fraud.
Have you ever talked to him? Have you ever talked to him?
Who, me?
Yes.
To Lion's Ground.
No, to fucking
No,
Tyler.
to Tyler.
You
Security
love right?
No, he's never ever come and challenged what I say.
Oh, so you're
that's
trying
because
to
he know
him?
he would lose.
Okay, so are you trying to challenge his beliefs, or are you kind of with him? I'm just trying to get a.
If you have a look at my playlist, I've got probably lots of debunks on it.
Okay.
I'm probably the main.
I thought you were trying to back him up. And don't get me wrong.
Honestly, no.
Tyler is a person. Honestly, I've met him on a live before with Kyle, and he tried to help out. He tried to help out Kyle, and we you know, honestly, I was one of the. Well, I still am. Honestly, I don't. Me and Tyler are far from being friends, but we've had a conversation between me, him, and Kyle, and I don't know. Honestly, he was a really nice guy because he sent Kyle like $600 when Kyle was in need. So it's really hard for me to shit on this guy when he actually helped Kyle, but at the same time, at that time, Kyle, I don't know, bro. Kyle was being deceptive in my eyes. You know what I mean? As far as what he was trying to do, man. I think he was just trying to survive at that moment. It came down to it being about the channel, and that's a big that's why I butted heads with Kyle towards the end, because I just said that I don't like that he was kind of lying to people to fucking get money. Honestly,
well, anyway, that's.
I've got my own opinions on everybody, but I'm not going to speak about it here.
I don't give a fuck. I'll tell you guys exactly what the fuck I feel. I mean, maybe I'm not you, but I'll tell you exactly what the fuck I feel. And that's exactly what I felt with Kyle. You know, I just didn't appreciate that after I fucking put my neck out for him, that he went out and fucking made a video just talking shit about him.
Well, wrong channel to share that on, Alex.
Oh, man, out there, he's a new fucker.
I
mean, come on, he doesn't fucking know shit over here. Doesn't matter. Doesn't fucking matter. Does it matter in your eyes, Q? Don't get me wrong. I'm not talking shit to you, bro, but honestly, you're not part of this fucking channel, so I'm sorry. Yeah. I'm sorry. I'm sorry about that, but
yeah, Well, I know it does cause a lot of heated debates and stuff, but a lot of people have called out Tyler for years, and I put it in this video here. Why does everyone pick on Secure Team? I'm not sure if you've watched my videos on him or not, but I present it in a way that anyone can verify what I say, pretty much.
Well,
And,
nobody's going to be able to verify that shit except for Tyler. Because everything else you're doing, you're just talking, you're just yapping. I could do that shit too. I could do that shit all day.
Yeah.
Mute the audio on the vid file. That's it.
I could do that all day.
Actually, I want to find the bit.
Tyler's the best person on earth all day. Is he? I don't know. He has the most viewers. He has the most viewers. I can respect that. But at the same time, believe me, I've talked to him. He knows who the fuck I am.
Yeah.
Man,
we know who you are.
I respect this channel, honestly, from having the viewers that he has and having the audience that he has. I don't even think he believes that he fucking has that shit. But man, he was able to create a channel. He talks really well when he makes his fucking videos. And he gets a lot of views, man. And I get that, man. But you have to understand that a lot of the people that are watching those videos are fucking kids and fucking gullible people. Straight up.
But he plays into the gullibility. That's the problem.
Oh, yes. No, yeah. I mean, come on. Because he's getting views, Tim.
Yeah, I know, but that's the problem. It's all about the views with Tyler and not about the integrity.
Yeah, straight up, Tim. Yeah, straight up, bro. Yeah.
I mean, Paul is about the integrity.
100%, Tim.
Yeah.
Straight up.
Well, anyway, have a listen to, if you're not listening to Open Minds, they even warned people years ago. Let's see if it plays.
Show. There are fake UFO videos making the rounds in major media outlets. Keep an eye out for videos made from known hoaxers, such as YouTube account named SecurityTeam10.
Is it loud
Often,
enough?
if the videos look too good to be true, they are in fact not true. At OpenMinds.tv, we do not cover known hoaxers without making viewers aware of their history. The stories we have covered today are reports submitted to MUFON and either have been or are currently undergoing investigation by volunteer investigators who have been certified by MUFON.
Okay, in this next video, Tyler has sent it to...
but he said Security.
Making the rounds in major media outlets.
It was only a side bit of their business, and they aren't jealous of Tyler.
I wanted to add a quick warning at the end of today's show. There are fake UFO videos making the rounds in major media outlets. Keep an eye out for videos made from known hoaxers, such as YouTube account named SecurityTeam10. Often, if the videos look too good to be true, they are in fact not true. At OpenMinds.tv, we do not cover known hoaxers without making...
I put that clip in there, so other people have warned previously about SecurityTeam10, but no one's paid any attention to it, of course. Now, I have my theories that he pays UK tabloid reporters, certain ones, I won't mention names, some bonus Christmas cash, whether to feature his videos and stories out there. You probably know who I'm talking about. And when's the last one that's put up his videos on UK tabloids recently? No one's done it since probably... what was the last time? When Lions Ground...
It's always the Daily News, though, right? It's the Daily News, right? Which is bullshit, bro. That's what you're talking about, right? The Daily
that's
UK
one of
shit.
them. That's one of them, but
UK?
that's not the person I'm talking
That is
about.
bullshit.
Yeah.
Yeah, see, I wouldn't go as far as to
That's
say he was paying anybody to do it, but some of the papers over there in England, some of them, you know, they will say, you know, that Tyler has a really large channel, a huge amount of supporters, and they will think, oh, I've got nothing to talk about today. Yeah, let's talk about this bull. And they'll just make a story out of it. Yeah.
Yeah.
But the papers that you're talking about, and there's 3 of them, are crap.
Right. Yeah. Honestly, look, see, that's the thing, Q. Honestly, like, look, like me, personally, like, I don't have to do this for a monetary value, right? But like, say somebody like fucking Tyler, bro, this is his livelihood. And don't get me wrong, he's really successful at what he's doing. So, but don't forget that this is his livelihood now, bro. So honestly, every fucking day he has to post a fucking video. And us that are really, actually interested in ufology and things like, fucking, not even fucking Kyle, nobody apart, man. Me, myself, man, that is actually interested in the fucking phenomena. I see that monetarily, he has to fucking post videos every fucking day. Me, myself, you know how I am. I'm looking for the good videos, man, and the good stories from people that actually had experiences. Somebody like Tyler right now has to, bro. He's not working, bro. This is his livelihood. Don't get me wrong. He's probably making a good living from fucking YouTube, but this is his livelihood, bro. It is.
He's got over 2,000 patron people, and if they pay $5 each, that's 10 grand a month.
Would wish to be in his shoes. A lot of people would wish to be in his shoes. This is the difference between the difference between me and him. Look, like, I'm probably just as successful as him, but I don't need to make a penny out of this shit. Like me, I do this shit
nor do I.
love it.
Hey, guys, can I just have the microphone for a second? Christina, you're saying that we are trolls and that Lions Ground is just as bad as us. And the reason Tyler won't come on the channel is basically because we're going to give him crap. Well, you are so... No, Alex, please let me finish. Christina, I am not from this channel. I am just a friend of Paul. I am from a different channel, a channel where Tyler has come to our channel and asked us for help. So you are talking out of your butt. If you would like to say something, here is the link. Just pop on. I will be most respectful to you, but I will point out the error of your ways. Third Phase of Moon came to the channel that I am known from. I'm the head mod over there. They came to us a year and a half, 2 years ago, asking for help. Tyler has done the same. So I'm sorry, girl, but you're misguided. And don't think I'm a troll. I ain't no troll. I have nothing against Tyler. All I have against him is the crap that he sometimes, not always, only about 85% of it,
put
out on his channel. So, Christina, you think I'm a troll? Oh, that is fine, honey. But come on and talk about it, and you will realize that you don't know what you're talking about. Tyler has come and asked us for help. Tyler follows the channel I am known from.
Amen, Q. Amen, Q. Amen.
She obviously hasn't listened to any of my debunks on him. Now, a lot of people see the title and then they start commenting without actually looking at the evidence, Now, this one here I did called Security Radio one, which I tried to play last time, has all his fake voices and interviews he did. And I reverse engineer them. Now, Descr the cameraman was the one to first pick up that he was doing this. And
Descr was always cool, man. But, man, Q is 100%. Honestly, bro, I don't know you, but Q is 100% what he's saying, man. Honestly.
Yeah.
Well, I
So,
vouch for Descr the cameraman 100%. Descr the cameraman does not put out crap. When Descr the cameraman asks you a question, he already knows the answer.
Yeah, he's taking on some really tough guys on the Planet X stuff at the moment. But...
Oh, yeah.
So this is the secure radio thing that I put out.
Yes, my name is
I'm
Ken,
not sure if it's
and I
playing.
work as an
Sound, is it?
astronomer,
Yeah,
a
it's playing.
scientist for a government agency. That is all that I can say
I
at this
couldn't get it
time.
written last time.
This footage here was personally taken by myself and another colleague at the WM Keck Observatory,
Now, this is
which
Tyler,
is located
disguised
near
in
the
his
summit
voice.
of Hawaii's Mauna Kea.
That was the Mr. Ken one, the first one.
My name is Dr. Eric Norton, and I have worked as an outside consultant for the NSA and NASA for going on 12 years now. My security clearance at present warrants my need to take the appropriate steps to keep myself protected the best I can. One of those steps is not to give too much information about myself. What I can tell you is that I have worked as an outside consultant on many projects led by our government, the U.S. government.
Now, I found that
including with,
video.
more recently,
It's
the
got his logo on it.
Environment
I
Office,
still
or
have a copy.
MEO, which is
And I
involved
can
in
even
several
put it on a
research
Google Drive
projects
and you
with
can download it.
installations located throughout North
But it's probably
America.
still up on the internet.
The underlying goal of these projects is to gain a better
And
understanding
you can
of the
reverse engineer
meteoroid
it yourself,
environment so that the
just like I
MEO
show you
environment models can be
in
improved.
previous episodes.
We basically monitor the skies,
And you can tell
track
it's his
meteors
voice.
and other objects in space, and to date have made some very interesting observations, to say the least. Some very chilling observations, in fact. Observations that
Now,
if
he
revealed
made
to the
these
public
episodes
would not
over
only
an
change
hour
the game
long, some of
forever,
them, so
and we're not just talking the breakdown
he's
of all
very
religions
clever
and a total overhaul
in
of
what he
everything we've
did
ever known
back
about the
in the
universe
early
and space, but
days.
we are talking the
But
breakdown
he
of
still
society
is
itself.
disinformation. And this is his very first one that I've reversed engineered, coming up now.
The date is June 29th, 2008, 6:32 p.m. I'm creating this message to let the people of the world, or whoever happens to hear this, know the truth about what is going on with regards to the alien presence in our world, as well as interstellar space and within our own solar system. I myself am a worker in one of the underground bases located near Groom Lake. I have done my work there for the past 8 years,
He goes on and on
within
and
the
on.
next coming months will be discharged. Now, what I'm going to tell you, you may want to take with a grain of salt, but I assure you, everything that I am about to say is truth, is fact. And whether you know it or believe it or not, everything that I will tell you is common knowledge within the Black Ops community at the most highest and secretive levels.
Now, this is all the reverse of those first three that he's done.
My name is Dr. Eric Norton, and I have worked as an outside consultant for the NSA and NASA for going on 12 years now. My security clearance at present warrants my need to take the appropriate steps to keep myself protected.
The date is June 29th, 2008, 6:32 p.m. I'm creating this message to let the people of the world, or whoever happens to hear this, know the truth about what is
So,
going
is
on
that Tyler or not?
with regards to the alien presence in our world,
That
as
was
well
his
as
very first video on
interstellar
his channel
space
that he's deleted.
and within our own solar system.
And I've reversed his voice.
I
He
myself
didn't do a very good job at
am
hiding.
a worker in the underground bases located near Groom Lake. I have done my work there for the past 8 years, and within the next coming months will be discharged. Now, what I'm going to tell you, you may want to take with a grain of salt, but I assure you, everything that I am about to say is truth,
So you get
is
the idea.
fact,
If that's not
and whether you know it or
provable in
believe it or
court,
not,
even with FBI
everything that I will tell
analysis, he'd be crapping his pants.
is common
Anyhow,
knowledge within the Black Ops
I'll
community.
leave it there. But there's a lot more on the site, and I haven't even looked at if he's put out any other rubbish today or this week. But I did A few debunks in the lives over the time.
And did you just stop it? Play it. I want to hear what the fuck we can say. It was just getting
Oh
good.
no. Yeah, I just don't want to play it. Yeah, I know.
Really?
But,
so now you got to stop and play shit?
if you go to...
Can I just say as well, the Christina Metcalf account. The Christina Metcalf account has no subscribers. How many do we get? Trolls coming on. They want to call us a troll. They have no subscribers. So how does that work?
Alex, it's best just to listen to my playlist that I added. All these ones are on the playlist, and I'll also give you the link.
You keep saying,
but I give you the link to the.
Hey, Alex.
Bro, do you have
Alex.
any idea how many people have told me that?
Alex, you would have days, weeks, months of entertainment if you check out some of Paul's vids. I'll tell you what, after we finish here, I'll send you a couple of links. I'll send you about 30 or 40 links of good stuff to watch.
He thought UFO-proof stuff was good, huh? He hasn't seen my stuff, obviously.
Well,
and
no,
Norse has 1.7 million
open.
followers.
No, look,
There you go. I posted it on the side if you want to have a listen to it. But I haven't reverse engineered the hour and a half of that Area 51 dude. It goes on for an hour and a half, and if I think I posted it in that playlist, the blue one.
Let's get down to it. So you were there? I've been there. I've been to Area 51. I've been there. So what? You recorded some.
Well, you're lucky.
I've been there. I've been to Rachel.
We're too far away for that.
I've been to Rachel. I've been there.
Mm-hmm.
So what did you record there? That's gonna shock me, bro.
No, Paul hasn't been there.
Yep. No, I haven't been there. But
I thought you were saying you've been there. I mean,
no. What, Tyler pretended to be a leaker from Area 51, and that last one was the Area 51 dude. He doesn't say my name is on that one. That was his very first video on his channel.
I've been to Area 51, bro.
And I debunked.
You know what? Actually, man, bro, I actually drove up to the gate. I had the camo dudes actually ran up on me. Imagine that. I got to see the bus.
Yeah.
You know the bus. They call it the white bird. I got to see the bus. I saw the bus come out of there. I drove up all the way up till I couldn't do it no more, and I had the fucking camo dudes actually come up to me and just ask me what I was doing. I'm telling you, I've been there. I don't give a fuck what nobody says. I have been there. I saw the camo dudes. Everything that you guys say or videos, I saw them with my own eyes, and I just told them I'm just watching, and they said okay, no problem. But they drove up to me. I saw those motherfuckers with my own eyes.
That's not what he's saying, though, Alex. What he's saying is that Tyler is faking being a worker from Area 51.
Man, well, look, Tyler. Oh my God! You know what? We had such a big argument with Tyler when he said that he had he said that he had the Men in Black actually showing up to his house, and he actually recorded like outside his fucking windows, and
I did a parody on it.
The Men in Black. Come on, hey, bro. Honestly, and look, check this out. Okay, I mean, as a man. My wife, so let me put myself in that situation, bro. My wife is inside my house, and then I think there's a Man in Black outside. So I'm gonna drive to the gas station in my motorcycle to see if he follows me. How stupid does that fucking sound? With my wife in there, bro, I would have went outside and I would have been like, "Hey, what the fuck are you doing? What the fuck are you doing in front of my house?" That's what I would have done. I'm sorry. But that's what I would have done. He said, that's Kyle. Sorry. Almost got caught with it. No, he said, that he drove, man, you can see it. He said he drove to the fucking gas station to see what he was going to do. would any of you guys leave your wife alone in that situation?
No.
Man, man, my whole thing was like, bro, I would have went outside and I would have said, I would have went straight to him. I would have said, watch this, guys. And I would have went straight with him with the camera and been like, who the fuck, what the fuck are you doing here? Hey, I'm sorry. I mean, I just don't know you.
I'd have been doing exactly the same. The difference would have been,
I'm not leaving my wife.
although I'd have walked over on my own, there'd have been a group of people there.
Oh, I would
If
have
there
took
was
my
shit
wife
gonna go
outside. I
down,
would have said, like, look, come here. I would have grabbed my wife and I said, come here. We're going to go knock at this motherfucker's door right now. And I would have been like, hey, what the fuck are you doing? Hey, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Look, I would have been like, I'm sorry, but you're scaring the shit out of my wife. What are you doing? That's just me.
I would have taken a baseball bat.
That's just me. I would have been like, hey, you're kind of scaring my wife. What are you doing? I'm sorry. That's just me. And Tyler, I'm telling you, Tyler would never even admit that to you. He left his wife alone there and drove to the fucking liquor store and said, I'm gonna post this shit. Come on, bro. Would you leave your wife alone or your kids alone? Hell no. I would never do that. Man, I tell you, I would walk up straight to that car and be like, what are you doing? But that's just, me and Vern and a bunch of people are just crazy. But that's what I would have done. That's what I would have done. Honestly, if I had my family, my kids in my house, man, there's no way I'm going to let somebody sit and park in front of there. What I'm saying is the men in black. No. That would never happen. Never. Fuck that.
Well, if Tyler is open and honest, why has he blocked my comments on his channel? And all because when he put up a video, about 8 weeks ago, maybe, I put up, well, I can't remember my exact comment, but it was something like, well, that's one way of looking at it, but can't we get Ken the Astronomer on and hear his opinion?
Oh, he hates that. Oh, Q. Bro, do not bring up with this, man. He hates the astronomer comments because he knows that he did some stupid shit, bro. But man, I'm telling you, Q,
here you go.
He hates when we fucking bring up that the astronomer shit. Man, I guarantee he hates that shit, bro.
Here you go. This is why when I find his old videos and reverse engineer them to show people that I post the link in the headers and the description so people can go and have a play, he gets them deleted. See that? So the source that I took the thing from has been deleted, but I've got backup copies, of course.
Yeah,
but you probably can find other copies of it.
Like I'm not gonna lie to you. I mean, you know what? Tyler got probably the biggest channel probably on YouTube that has to do with UFOs. So I give it up to him. Believe it or not, man. I mean, Kyle kisses his ass, but man, I always try to talk to him like a regular person. Believe it or not. Kyle kind of kisses his ass because he wants to have, man, honestly, man, I'm gonna tell you some real shit. Like Kyle honestly wants to have a channel as big as fucking as Tyler's, so he could honestly just live off of that shit. A lot of us actually have to work.
Yeah,
we have to actually make money to live. You know, don't get me wrong, man. That's what I do, but I've had different opportunities. I've had
Tyler was
I tried to fucking.
Tyler was a PC technician.
I tried to help Kyle to make this the best, biggest UFO channel. You know, I mean, to talking to the secure team and to talking to fucking third face of the moon. We never thought we were gonna do that shit, bro. But I mean, Kyle's a good person, man. We tried to make that shit happen, but Kyle went through his shit. And he's going through a lot of shit. So honestly, that shit went out the window. Honestly, what I was trying to do with him and build with him, I was trying to build besides us getting a relationship with Third Phase and getting a relationship with Tyler, we were trying to build what was, I thought in my head, was going to be the best UFO channel on YouTube. And it wasn't even about money. Honestly, if the money came, I would have been super happy about it. But man, bro, honestly, I was trying to build the best channel that existed on YouTube. But I mean, we've happened to run into Tyler, which has probably the biggest channel. We talked to fucking Third Phase, the two brothers, which Kyle calls what does he call them? The boys. Oh, we talked to the boys. We talked to the boys. I mean, they got the other biggest channel, which I wanted to fucking I wanted Kyle to have a channel that had hundreds of thousands of subscribers, bro. I tried. I really did. Honestly, right now, between all of us, man, we're on a separate fucking channel, so it doesn't matter what the fuck I say, man. But man, I'm stepping back. Will I talk to him? Yes, man. We're talking, but it's never gonna be the same again, man. After he shitted on me, after I told him to talk to me, and he went on that channel and he said that I was a fucking drunk. Okay. Okay.
That is a different story anyway, though.
No, but yeah, but I'm just saying, bro. That's cute. That's when I was like, okay. Man, I tried so hard with you, man. But and right now, look, man, I won't even fucking share the screen, honestly, just because fucking
Alex.
No, I'm not. I would share it with you. No, I'm not. I would share it with you, and I would share it with Tim. I'm sorry, I don't know you that much time out or out there or whatever. No, I would share it with you, Q, and I would share it with you, Tim. But yeah, I'm not gonna share it with this other guy. I just can't do that. You guys have been here for a long time, so I mean, I will show you. You know, he asked me to fucking talk to him again. I'm not gonna do it. Or what do you, Tim? Look, speaking of you, Tim. Tim, let me ask you a question. I mean, what do you think about that? Like, he honestly asked me to talk to him again. What do you think?
I think it's up to you. I think that everybody deserves a second chance. So if you're willing to open yourself up to that.
That's why I'm asking you, Tim, because honestly, I respect your opinion. Just like I respect
I think that you should talk to him and see where he's coming from. And if you can't talk to him, then at least be supportive of the fact that he has a channel and he's still trying to work it.
Yeah, I feel you, Tim. Man, that's why I'm asking you, Tim. Honestly,
I mean, that's what I would do, because see, what I'm doing is I'm leaving well enough alone, because I look at it this way. We all make mistakes. We all make wrong turns in our life, and we got to get back on track. And if Kyle is working to get back on track, then more power to him. You know, whether I'm going to be involved with that or not doesn't matter, really. It's he's going to come up. He's going to come up, and he's going to get very popular if he gets his act together. If you involve yourself with this channel, that's up to you, and you have to base it on your experiences and your feelings, Alex. I can't make that decision for you. I wish I could, but I can't. I would say just
thank you, Tim.
Whatever you feel is right, go with that.
Thank you, Tim. And honestly, that's why I asked you, bro. Honestly, what about you, Q? What do you think, Q?
I think this is the wrong place to be discussing any of that, because we're on Paul's channel.
Yeah, sorry about that, Paul.
It's got nothing to do with the topic or the subject.
Well, hey, Paul, okay, would you mind like leaving this conversation, bro? Can you just bounce?
We're live.
No, he can't. We're on a live stream with Paul.
We are on YouTube live at the moment, Alex.
I was thinking about ending it.
Can we go on the Hangouts maybe and talk maybe between us three? I don't mean no disrespect, Paul, but I kind of want to talk to you.
Let Paul finish his stream when he's ready, then we can jump.
I'm just going to close down the YouTube.
Yeah, I mean, and no disrespect to you, bro. I mean, I've just talked to these guys for a long time, man.
You just need to watch my video debunks.
We will definitely check out your video debunks, Paul, and I do thank you for your presentation. Yes.
Yeah, I mean,
I was trying to keep this being a hating live stream tonight, but it didn't quite work. But that's all right.
Okay.
I'm just going to cue my. Yeah, I'm just going to queue up my ending credits and look on my screen. And I'll just play it with my Matrix Kiwi that's shutting down the studio.
Well, honestly, you know what? I would appreciate it. I would honestly appreciate if you erase that shit, bro.
Is it working? Is it playing music?
I actually like the beat though. That's actually cool music.
Yeah, I get my free stuff from Free Music Archive, but you got to be careful using something. Hang on, I haven't ended it yet.
What is your name?
Cool. Okay, thanks for joining us, guys. I'm just going to close down the YouTube live, and we can go on after show Hangouts. So I'm just clicking the button now.